welcome to the Admin Teamers game. This was opponent's choice. It is a 3v3v3. We'll be getting into our player breakdown once we load on in. Pretty exciting game. We had an amazing time with the matches this past week, and then it's just been a phenomenal time since. CPL's been a great community. A big thanks to them, and especially one of their administrators, Blaze, for reaching out to me to come out today and cast. You know, it's not very often you get a whole bunch of admins into a game together because they're usually busy running everything behind the scenes to make everything run, work, and function within the CPL. And, you know, this is exciting to have a game like this so they can kick back, relax, and just try and nuke the crap out of each other to get back at each other for all those arguments they have up in the admin chats, trying to discuss and hammer things out, right? That said, however, we will take just a little bit longer to load on in, and that is because of the spectator mod revealing all those tiles for me, the spectator, in order to get things going. Big thanks to everyone who's coming out, taking the time out of your day to come watch the stream. This is going to be an exciting match for sure. Not very often that you get the multiple teams going on. Usually the teamer matches are 4v4, 3v3, but this is going to have a third team in it because it's a 3v3v3. And that's going to add quite a bit of chaos into the mix that you normally don't see in these games. For those of you that are experienced with team matches, you know that things can get really crazy really quickly. Now that we are loaded on in here, I'm going to close those off. A little bit more visibility there. Alright, now we did spawn right over our Chandragupta player, and that'll be played by Ubermesh, and he is of course playing on good old team number 1. To his west here is our Sumerian player. Now he's also on team 1, so they are a little bit lucky they're having allies right next to each other. Won't have to worry about fighting over this space. Beautiful natural wonder here for the start of Mount Rama. That's going to be absolutely fantastic for both of them to be able to rely on. Vilnius to the north there, giving a good cultural city-state for Sumeria to do trade routes with as well. Mexico, Akkad, and Jerusalem up here in the north as well for city-states. This land is really defensible. Look at all these mountains and these one-tile passes. Hong Kong down here, Kumasi below. No one out here on the coast yet, but down here we do have Dash Green playing as the Eleanor England variant here. It is on team 3. Now, Dash's start here is pretty interesting. It has quite a bit of the flatlands here by the river. Lots of food. Does have some production here. The 2-2 has a little woodland there, as well as right here has a hill across the way, but does have a wonderful 1-4 wooded deer hill, and that's going to come into play relatively soon, I imagine. Down below is a city-state for Candy. However, we also have Indonesia being played by Blade. Now, Blade is on team 1, so we could see a pretty horrific 3v1 situation over here between Dash and team 1. However, Blade, look at that. That's always nice to find on the map. Torres. Not the best Torres out there. The 2-5s are really nice. The 2-4s are nothing to scoff at. It's a real shame that these weren't hills as well with stuff on them. Could have been really beautiful. That said, we do have Codenaw's Canada for Team 3 to the east and south of Team 1's players. Now, Code's start here is a little lackluster at first glance, but something to bear in mind is this 4-food rice tile. This capital city is going to grow very, very quickly with all this food. Not great production right away. Does have the horse, the cattle, as well as an iron hill nearby. They'll be able to make good use of that. So it isn't all bad news. And there's more iron below, even though this land isn't fantastic. They are at least hills that can be improved. It does have the fish, the crab, and the sheep, as well as this deer to work to get more food access for that city if he chooses to expand in that direction. Just have to wait and see what the teams are going to be needing and talking to each other to strategize. Moving right on over here to our Mapuche player is Blaze. Now Blaze is on Team 3 as well. So we found our Team 3 players and our Team 1 players. Just had pretty amazing start, actually, with all these mountains here. The volcano can be hit and miss, as we all know. Those eruptions can get really problematic. Opts for a very early builder here. Works the wheat right away. Does have more wheat down here. Does have the 1-4 deer, a 1-3 wooded hill plains. And look at that, horse and iron nearby as well. It's in the mountains, though. We're likely to see the campus go over here, though, to get away from that volcano. We get a really beautiful adjacency. That said, Blaze's first couple cities are going to be absolutely wonderful. Great mountains, good rivers, and then up north, if he chooses to go toward Propaganda here, this could be an interesting battlefield, so to speak. There is some really good tiles in here to be fighting over. Moving right on along here, we are going to travel south here. We do find La Venta. So Blaze has tons of room down here to expand into. That said, you know, Rykos is Macedon to the east of Blaze. Now there are a lot of woods and a lot of rivers here. There's plenty of plains to be skirting along with the Heteroi, should that become an option that they want to approach. But, I mean, Team 2 here has quite a bit in terms of options, because in the back they do have their Maori player, Bonholio, who is scouting around, trying to figure some stuff out. Does find baloney. We'll eventually find non-medal to the south here. Quite impressive starts all around, actually. It does look, I have, aha, I did overlook it. And there is Delhi, who is being played by Ubermensch. Now, Ubermensch being right next to Yoshi's Sumeria, this could be pretty risky. Now, I'm not too sure we're going to have a huge war cart thing coming out, but now that he's seen the warrior as early as turn 5, knows Gandhi's really close. It's definitely going to be interesting, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with the spectator mod, I do steal all of the first meets. So these huge starts for these swings for some of these city-states being nearby aren't as impactful as you might be used to thinking in your free-for-all matches or teamer games when you run into those when you don't have a spectator to steal the first meets. Now the second scout does come out for Yoshi, is heading north instead, keeping an eye on this warrior that's continuing to move west from Ubermensch here. Uber scout going east, warrior coming out second for Ubermensch instead. Heading on back east here, now we do have Propaganda's Indian warrior heading more to the west than south. May not discover Blaze here, might pass him entirely by sheer luck. That said, Blaze went builder into scout. That was a pretty greedy start. Does seem to be paying off for now. I have a settler coming out for Prop right after that scout, though, so we'll have to see where that's going to choose to go. We have a double scout open from Rykos. Not really decided yet what he wants to build afterward. Von Holio here getting his city settled. Does have a builder scooting out right away to start working some tiles. Kabul to the north is found by this warrior in the water. One more turn, Prop's going to have that settler out. He's still moving that warrior west, so it looks like Prop is looking to try and pin our Gandhi player Ubermensch between Sumeria and himself, but is going to find out that's going to be a lot harder than it looks, because these one tile passes are going to be so easy to defend for Ubermensch that this war between Yoshi and him is, if it pops off, is going to be really difficult to support, just because plugging these holes with Varu and ranged units behind, because these hills, these passes, are supported by hills behind them. Those ranged units will be able to support. It looks like our Indonesian player is going to be kicking off the Pantheon push. Nothing yet for Dash's England just yet. Has a settler coming out in 2 turns. Scout heading to the east. That said, Blades Indonesia here did get fertility rights first. Pretty interesting start here, to say the least. Blade getting that builder out before going into that settler. Did go for a double scout open as well. I'm really surprised that this goody hut wasn't taken immediately right below Dash's capital. That's surprising. Taking a look at the scouts here to the north. Yoshi is scouting up north and more to the west now than as before. This scout heading out toward the east. Uber getting some more threatening presence down here. Yoshi's going to have to be careful with this settler. Is bringing the warrior back to escort it, so should be fine, especially against a lone warrior. But Uber's got another warrior coming out to apply additional pressure to Yoshi, not wanting to give him that space to room to breathe. Really wanting to push down. Hey, Grape, how's it going? That said, Code here actually moving forward with a builder, likely toward wherever he's going to be putting that city down, it looks like. But that's some risky business right there. Especially, I mean, if someone's scout was in here, he'd be in trouble. Scouts out the tundra, not that pleasant below. Blaze still cracking that settler out, and Props Warriors going right along the mountain range, trying to figure out exactly where to go. Settler comes out, followed by another settler here in production for Ubermensch. Is going to start forward settling toward Yoshi. That's going to be interesting. I wonder if he'll settle on the horses here just to snatch it up and deny some settles, because he doesn't have a warrior really in position to block tiles to prevent a block himself. It's definitely going to be an interesting showing, to say the least. Now, back in Props Capital here, we do see his first settler coming out. Goes right into a monument afterward. Is moving this settler out east to get a settle closer to Babylon here. Probably going to see a lot of trade routes going to these science city-states here. Von Holio using that culture bomb from the improvement on the crab tile. I apologize, calling it a fishing boat. It's going to snatch up all those extra tiles for free there. Save a lot of cultural improvement for his city for grabbing other tiles. Rykos goes into a triple scout into settler here. Did not opt for an early builder like a lot of the other players. Instead, tried to focus on gathering that information. Now, he does see the Gobustan Natural Wonder here right nearby, so we're likely to see that get scooped up immediately. But he's got to be careful here. Because Propagandhi is not his ally. The Gandhi India is, so he's going to have to be very careful and keep an eye on that. That said, Rykos has a lot of space here to go into. And as he's exploring, he's going to be able to realize he can give Von Holio all of this. He doesn't need to back settle at all. He can just settle conveniently to the southwest and the south below him. No war declarations just yet. Propagandhi moving that naked settler out east. That is incredibly risky. Blaze getting his settler out here. Wonder where that's going to be scooting on off to. Moving out west, this builder by Codenaw out on its own is keeping an eye on things, I suppose. And the settler isn't moving in the same direction as the builder. I'm very curious as to why this was done, why this builder is out here on its own. Moving out west here, we are looking at BladeSe7en's area. Has more builders scooting around here, as you can see, working on tiles, getting them improved, trying to make the most of his start early. Now, getting these horses coming in, we could see a potential attempt at a hit for horses against our English Eleanor here. Now, that's going to be kind of difficult because, as you can see, these one-tile passes are very difficult to navigate. Now, if he takes Brussels first, he can at least get a two-tile opening for himself to push units through. But other than that, it's going to be a pain to get these units to attack Eleanor. And if Dash recognizes this threat, is able to scout this out, then Dash is going to be able to plug units in there and prevent this from happening. Continent map, or are there no civs who benefit? This is a Pangea, actually. And if you mean the continent lens there, I mean, here you are. There are no civs with huge continent-related bonuses in play right now. The opponents picked the civs being played by the other teams. Team 1 picked for Team 2, Team 2 picked for Team 3, and Team 3 for Team 1. And this resulted in, well, quite the interesting development. Now, the reason the continent lens is always worth looking at is because different continents have different luxuries on them. So you see this part here, this where it's divided into 3 continents in this section. That means you're going to have different luxuries here, different luxuries here, and different luxuries here. So being able to settle across all 3 is actually very beneficial for you, even if you don't have like America's combat bonus for the home continent. It's still going to be worthwhile for that reason. If, you know, generally speaking, there's almost always at least one civ in play where the continent's pretty beneficial. This, where is this going? Is this going all the way out here? Or is he going to settle around here on the river? I'm very curious as to Code's plan here. I'm really wondering what the thought process involved with this is going to be. Well, Blade here just dropping that city right down forward in your Dash's face. Locks out all these other potential settles in the area except over here and up here. So Dash is still okay with settles. I mean, he could settle forward, settle further east. It really depends on what the plan is going to be, and of course can keep settling north and be perfectly fine. But it just depends on how Dash wants to handle these choke points against Blade. Are going to take a quick look here to see if anyone got any super luck. No one's gotten lucky yet with really big envoy hits. It is still very early in the game. It's only turn 13, but with goody huts, you never really know what might crop up. Because if you happen to get something lucky from a goody hut, like a boost for a technology that happened to be your envoy quest, you never really know. That said, we do have a COD here being scouted out by Yoshi's Sumeria. Now, Yoshi has a builder skirting around here. Did improve the wheat right away to start growing the capital faster, because he has a lot of production here, and he does get this salt luxury going, so that he can focus on getting the food to get the population. Because if you have a bunch of production tiles, hey, that's great. But if you don't have the people to work those tiles, it's suddenly not so great. Now that said, Yoshi did manage to buy out 2 of these tiles here by Mount Rarema, and it looks like Ubermensch was looking to deny this one out. However, does have some beautiful tiles back here as well to be working with for his capital city, so that's fantastic. No war decks just yet, but definitely units poising up, if you will, to see what the what's going to be. It's going to be a very interesting match, to say the least. Now we do up and right here, going for that natural wonder. Here's Rykos moving on in, and Prop does see this. This is what we were talking about. This is going to be a very valuable pickup for Rykos for a city. Now, Prop does manage to scoot onto this hill to block. Throws out a cheeky little smile. Rykos doesn't care. He's like, that's fine, man. I'll settle this off of the water, and I'll just build an aqueduct later. That city is, once this city has people in it, working those 3 for production culture tiles, that's going to be huge. I mean, we can take a look at the player's science and culture here. You can see that everything is still really small. It's all coming from population still. Nothing really huge going on. No one's start has magnified yet out of control. But those small bonuses do matter. They are important. And it's going to be very interesting to see what all is going to be the what with this. We have an archer skirting around for our Canadian Codenaw. Toronto gets dropped in the back here. That's going to be a beautiful, beautiful campus. Absolutely gorgeous. And I'm still curious why this builder is running around out here instead of working tiles, though. I definitely don't agree with that. So it's teams, you said? Yes, Pizza. This is a 3v3v3. On Team 1 here, we have Propagandi playing as Chandragupta, Indonesia being picked up by BladeSe7en, and Yoshi picking up the Sumerian Empire. On Team 2, we have Von Holio as the Maori Empire, India being picked up by Ubermesh, and Rykos as Macedon. Team 3 is, of course, as we just saw, Codenaw's Canada, Dash is Eleanor for England, and Blaze picking up Mapuche. Blade putting the scout here onto this tile. Oh, moving forward. Getting a little more interested. Dash does have a naked settler in the back, but there's no way Blade is going to even know about it, let alone catch it. That said, I mean, Blade's a pretty big fan of the religious city-states, so I wonder if he'll actually keep Candy instead of just taking it over. I'd like to see Brussels get taken, if for no other reason than to solidify this border even further against Dash. Hong Kong would also be an excellent city to be taking. That said, Dash still scouting around, is going to find Akkad, eventually Jerusalem. There's just so much space here for these players to expand to that... Oh, there we go. We do have war cart production going. Encampment is coming down. Isn't down yet. Not yet. Almost. Wonder if one guy is going to Navy invade across the map. That's a possibility. I mean, we do have galleys out already for the Maori player. Now, that galley might later be turned into a caravel to cause a little bit of mayhem. Might even see a couple of frigates with a caravel just skirt around, going to raise any coastal cities they could find. Because Vaughn is in an excellent position to just sim city. Has a commercial city-state nearby, as well as his ally, Rykos, here. So they're going to have great trade routes. They're going to have good trade routes to a cultural and a commercial city-state, as well as having 2 nearby science city-states. Absolutely huge. Lots of archers coming out from Propagandi here. Looks like he's going to make an archer hit. We do have the Temple of Artemis being completed. Holy site coming under construction. Temple of Artemis was picked up by Mapuche, by Blaze here. Interesting spot. This is not a try-hard game. Connie's trying his balls off. Well, I mean, it is. There is the war deck. Oh, interesting. Three-way war declaration here. Well, alright then. Archers coming up from Blade heading toward Dash here. Right now they're just preserving the trade route to get the movement bonus for now. Not going to be long before they start pushing forward, but these one-tile gaps are going to be difficult to move units through to reinforce. That said, we do have Gandhi's archers here. From Uber, getting into position to start taking shots at the Spore Cart and Warrior. Yoshi has more warriors coming out. That encampment is now online, is starting to chip away at those great general points per turn. Things definitely picking up here. Moving out to the east. Archers taking hits on the city center. There is an archer in Alexandria. Warrior is moving from the capital. Archer production in the capital is coming through. This is going to be interesting to say the least here, because there are 4 archers here, another one on the way. But there's no melee unit to actually take the city. Blaze has a scout fortified over here, keeping an eye on things. Propaganda's scout in the back here, likely to cause some issues blocking. Von Holio sending his warrior west to support his ally. Otherwise has just been sim-citying up, which is fine. He's in the position to be doing that. But Rykos is likely going to need some reinforcements here. There'll be 3 turns until this archer can crack out. Warrior gets purchased. There was no chop. That was a purchase. So we do have gold being thrown around by the teams. That warrior is going to make it possible to take that city. Blaze here playing pretty greedy here, going for that extra settler right after the Temple of Artemis is done. We have a Canadian archer poking its nose out east. Code send another settler up north towards the river. Builder comes home, improves the horse, and is starting to move around otherwise. Team 3 just looking to build up some resources here for when they need to go to war. As they know, now that these scouts are coming on home with the warrior to help block out some of Blade's harassment. As the scout skirting around looking to get some things done. And we do have the Great Bath being done in just a couple more turns. Oof. Ubermensch making some aggressive moves forward here, getting some more warriors in here. Starting to move forward, moving towards Yoshi, the Sumerian player here, looking to get aggressive. Maybe get some really good flanking bonuses down. However, we do have some city improvements looking to get done, or at least started to lock in the costs. Yoshi gonna have that general very, very soon. That will be the first project. No one else is contesting yet. Code now looking to get that monument done in the capital next turn for that extra culture, looking to push for the team. And remember, in a team game, any tech or civic that you complete, you boost for your team. So it's very important to have a player that's able to do that, just to make things so much faster for your entire team. Bearing that in mind, these archers have been taking some aggressive steps forward, are now fortifying on hills. Waiting for this warrior to get here, no longer taking shots at the city. Oh, here we go. Changed his mind. Oof, archer in the city does shoot back at the end of the turn as well. They do trade hits. Let's see if any first moving is going to be going on. Archer comes out at top of the turn out of Calcutta. No new units coming out just yet here for Rykos. Next turn he does have another archer coming out. Warrior and the scout are lined up to try and prevent a surround to get the siege. These archers are going to have to start taking shots at the city, but with the city strength of 15, it won't take long. And 2 more archers coming behind to reinforce. Vaughn's warrior slowly moving over. And Prop does have a scout over here, so if he ends up finding it, it could be interesting. That said, we have no suzerains just yet, however. Rykos did manage to just slide an envoy into there to get that science bonus for himself. There we go. 3rd city goes down for Rykos. This scout's now free to do whatever it has to do, but is going to need to be working toward supporting that front line for as best as they can, really. Scouts certainly are not the best unit to be using to defend, but you gotta do what you gotta do. It is what it is, so to speak. Warrior trading out tiles to get closer to the city center here. Warrior and the archer hitting this one here. Scout tries to finish off. Oh, low rolls against the archer. At the end of the turn here, we're going to have to see what the first move is going to be. Who's going to get it? Archer comes out top of the turn. Scout first moves. Archer attempts to snipe the scout. Ends up moving forward instead. Warrior moves forward as well. Archers in the rear are advancing to support. Rykos could be in trouble here. Great Bath picked up by Dash. We'll head out west in a second here once we see the war moves complete. Blaze going into a builder behind this extra settler here. Looking to make sure he does not fall behind while these two not duke it out, so to speak. Yoshi and Ubermesh here are kind of stalemated out here. They can't really break each other's lines. However, there are Varu coming behind this. He is getting them in 6 turns out of the capital city. Does have a builder moving around. We might see some chops to get more going. Canadian player Codenaw here looking to get that holy site down for a religion. And speaking of which, we do have... Oops. Vaughn is looking to be the first person with a religion here. Next turn, Yoshi is going to have that first general. That is going to be an impactful play as soon as swordsmen come out. Is fortified on the iron tile here. Yoshi's recognizing he needs that iron in order to push back. Knows Varu are going to be coming soon. Does have a builder come out, so we might see some chops. Does have the iron mine up and active, so is just waiting to get more iron in order to produce these swords. Very interesting developments here. Oh, Prop getting that scout in there right on this builder's face. It's in the city. This builder's going to have to sit tight or go in the water. That scout does have 2 promotions, so it could hound down that builder very quickly. Does have a scout of his own coming back, though, to escort. This galley's still skirting around. That said, Rykos does lose Alexandria here. Manages to evacuate the archer. Loses his warrior that was over on the west side. Forced to fall back, but does have archers coming to reinforce. Now, 2 turning them out of that capital city, he could manage to swing things back if he plays it right. Get some good ranged hits going. Blaze here actually looking to settle forward in the direction of the fighting, interestingly enough. Instead of opting to remain hidden. Builder comes out top of the turn. Do have no exchanges of shots just yet. moving on west here, we do have Kodna just working on 3 cities right now, just simming up a bit. Does have a trader in the works, Pingala coming into the capital city there. Blade here going after Brussels. I think this is a fantastic idea, fantastic choice. And like I said before, just fortifying that border against Dash is really going to help out. Now Dash does have a really, really beautiful campus here. It's a +4 adjacency. I'm going to take a look at the scientists. Now Yulsid's the first scientist of the game, not Hypatia. So won't have that +1 to libraries right away. We'll have to see if anyone's able to contest. General's in play over here for Yoshi. No, we already knew he was getting the general this past turn. Not a surprise to see it. However, Ubermensch just recognized the threat of this tile being improved. So we're going to have to see what happens with this if they're going to try and bombard this tile to nuke it out. Now this line has broken off entirely and moved west to try and swing through the 2 tile pass instead. Now with Varu around the corner, Yoshi's in some trouble here. Does have a sword coming out this turn. Alright, so that's the start of a really good sign for him, and with that city strength increase right in Hubermensch's face, he's got to recognize this threat. He has got to realize that this has happened. He has to respect the damage and extra move that that sword is going to have. It is still cranking out Varu in the capital here. Now in the east, Archandra Group to player Propaganda, he's getting Varu of his own onto the field, and he's moving them down here as well. He's looking to go for Rykos' throat here as soon as they get here, with these archers providing support. That said, you know, Von Holio here still simming up, looking to get some very good bonuses for his allies, looking to make good gold. Gets another culture slam down on this crab tile here, making that a fishing boat. He has some wonderful tiles here to improve to reach out and grab more. No spearmen. Yeah, there's no spearmen out yet for Yoshi or for Rykos yet. Now, Rykos may opt to go for the Hypospist unique unit, the unique swordsman that Mastodon has for its double support bonus, flanking bonus. That could get quite a bit done because those are incredibly hard to take down, and with the double bonuses for support are an excellent counter if in proper formations to those Varu. Now that's not to diminish the value of the Varu, it's still an excellent unit to use in the situation. But it's going to make it less effective. Oh! Moves 2 archers back and takes some big shots at the end of the turn there on this archer. Now, Propaganda does manage to promote it before it can get sniped again. But if these archers all take shots on it again, it's toast. Blaze here looking to improve tiles, gets the horse online at the end of last turn, as we saw. The Shemamuls here providing some excellent culture generation. As you can see here on the banner breakdown here, Blaze pushing 14 culture a turn is pretty far ahead of everyone else here. The only people keeping up are also on his team. That said here, these archers are still surrounding the city, still taking shots. I'd like to see it taken pretty quick. Oh, okay, there's the horse coming out. Does have one horse already fortified, but this triple promoted scout, good lord. That's just fantastic to see. We got 3 promotions on that scout. That's incredible. That scout will have the +20 combat strength bonus in all combat situations. So that fortified scout has plus 26 combat strength on that tile, which is amazing because it can smack a horse at that point. Do have some city-states getting declared on. No suzerains just yet. But it looks like that was the ticket that they were waiting for, was having those horses online. Just to make sure Dash doesn't try to get a cheeky last hit in with this scout. Could you imagine that if he managed to steal Brussels with a scout attacking across a river? That would be hilarious. I mean, it'd be tragic, but you know. Lots of improvements going on back home here. This is all excellent stuff here. I'd like to see even more done, especially these iron tiles. That said, heading over to Yoshi's land over here. With these swordsmen getting upgraded here, and this is the power of a team game right here, is that normally it'd be rather difficult to be upgrading all these swords, buying the tiles, getting things out much quicker. But in a team game, working together, you're able to push that gold to one person from multiple players. And that, it's part of what makes it such a beautiful game mode setting as opposed to just free-for-alls. Free-for-alls, of course, have their own charm, but not the point. Coming on out here, more Varu coming west. This is the third Varu coming over. But with fortified swords, with a general here, this is going to hold rather well. This archer's given up in terms of hitting the scout with the war cart coming onto the city center here. That war cart, if it catches that archer is gone. No hope. So the Yoshi and Ubermesh front is turning into a bit of a stalemate here. In the south, our Canadian player Codema just building up more and more of these tiles, sim-citying away. Does have Stonehenge coming under construction as well. No religions taken yet. I am surprised to see that. Bonfolio forced off of a religious focus in order to get more done in terms of these units. We even have a horseman coming out of Calcutta here this past turn, racing on down to support these Varu. Now, Alexandria is at risk to rebel. This could be a pretty big deal. Now, we do have Victor coming into the capital. These units rushing forward. Archers trading some shots. Does kill this one here. But that is end of turn 28. A lot going on here. We do have archers coming from Bonfolio. It looks like they're going to be escorting this settler. Does have a trader coming to set up a road to make things faster. Horses moving forward. Varu's moving forward. This Varu in position against the city center. This warrior really low. It's going to be very interesting to see what ends up getting used and done here. And what is going to end up being the real deciding factor here? It may come down to just sheer numbers. That said, Blaze is building up a military force behind this. Not much. He does have he has the two builders out. He does have an archer coming out of the capital. This might just be for an envoy hit. Or who knows? I mean, we have another settler heading up north. We could see a lot of contention here. We could see a backswing against our Propaganda player. Still looking at quite a bit of a stalemate here. The Varu, once the Varu are in position, it's going to be a bit different because they're negating the bonus of that general when they touch. Brussels does fall this turn, however. The scout gets chased away, and an encampment gets thrown down right in Dash's face. This settler here, looking to move over to here where the scout is, this is going to be kind of difficult to take. More horsemen coming out of Blade. Another settler scooting around in the background here. I mean, Dash is going to need some troops. Does have horses coming out of the capital, mind you, so that's going to make a big difference as well. But Blade is significantly in a stronger position. Archer taking shots on the Varu from the city. Is moving off of this marble tile here in order to make a more solidified defensive line, just in case. Ubermensch looking to expand behind this, you know, put the pressure onto Yoshi, is now working on his infrastructure behind it. Definitely going to need to. His team's going to need it. Magnus coming down. Does have a settler as well in 3 turns. Von Holio here looking to push west a bit, looks like. The question is it going to be too little too late? Because Rykos' capital here is under a lot of pressure right now. Is evacuating the builder. I mean, this city's in trouble. I am interested to wonder as to what the thoughts are going to be behind all of this. On top of the turn here, this is turn 31. We'll make the dedication in a second. Watching the war moves come out. Ooh, first moves the scout out so he can get the extra archer out. Warrior slams the city center on suicide so that the other Varu can slide in and take their hits. Is saving the hit on the horse though. Archer's taking their shots as well. With that being the case here, we're going to hurry up and make our dedication. We can get off. There we go. Oops. Alright, so Von Holio was switched over to Oligarchy now. Is going to have that combative bonus for anti-cavalry units, infantry units. We'd have Rebellion here in 5 turns. Yep. Blaze just dropping the pressure down here as far as non-combative. And even then is pumping archers out of this capital. 6 population capital, turn 31. I mean, as far as our science leaders go, it's looking like Dash, followed quickly by Yoshi. Of course, Yoshi getting a pretty good chunk, just 4 here, from only those 2 tiles. They're very good artificial increase there to the science. Dash still the only one competing for scientists. Yoshi the only one competing for generals. And we are going to take a quick look here and see what... Oh, still no religious pickup. Code must have swapped off of the Stonehenge here. Probably leaving it 1 turn off. That's exactly what it is, because getting the Holy Site prayers is going to get that profit and going to complete the Stonehenge for the free apostate to expand the belief. Rather impressive, all things considered. Now we do have the horse fortifying on the encampment being built in Brussels, Victor being placed there. I mean, horses are coming out at a pretty good clip here at Dash's capital in here in Bradford. It has to respect the production in these cities. If Blade doesn't, he's going to be in a lot of trouble here. And even then, has opted to go for this back settle here, it looks like. And I say back settle because originally wanted this tile, but may have decided, hey, I should play it safe, keep it on my side of the river. Archers are moving forwards. We're going to have to keep a close eye on this to see how these players are going to choose to do this. This will be the 4th city for Dash to be put down. Whereas Blade here, he has his 4th settler coming out, but he took Brussels to get that free 4th city. Didn't have to waste production on the settler. Heading over to Yoshi's island over here. Settler is moving to the northeast, probably looking to get that lake settled here. They have some beautiful tiles in here, absolutely gorgeous. Could get 2 settles in there, one on the river and over here. Oh, wow. Big hit. Oh, alright then. Does manage to get the settler out here. We did have a couple of trades off from the archer in the city center under the Baru. It promotes, shrugs it off. Now, Ubermensch here taking a more defensive posture. Yoshi has the war cart fortified on the iron now, and that's not going to be takeable without using the Varu that he needs at Kish to keep these forces paralyzed. And even then, Yoshi here looking to gun out every single general here in order to prevent a classical pickup by Ubermensch. Because the Varu with a classical general are going to be very deadly, very dangerous. Wow. Blaze here getting wrecked by this volcano. Does have a lot of archers and a horse moving up. Now we do have a wonder get completed. And there is the Stonehenge. That means the religion's in play. We have Codyism. All world wonders are given 6 faith. And the +1 culture for every 3 followers of the religion in other civilizations. Interesting. There's the apostate. Haven't seen it evangelize yet. Heading out west here, we do have more offensive and defensive lines being formed here by both Blade and Dash here. This is going to be pretty good here, it looks like. But the question is going to be is, are either of these players going to fall into irrelevancy from this Cold War? Horsemen here scrolling across all this flat land. Because the warriors here, that means code has to be somewhere in this direction. And Blade's searching. If code gets found out, he's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to get a unit out either onto this tile or this tile in order to plug up this gap. Polite and respectful. Hey Tess, how's it going? Welcome to the match. Coming up here to the war front, though. This horse has moved all the way forward to the front here. Propaganda Scout, seeing all these combat units moving, is still deciding to settle west. All of his units are in the east. Now, he has taken Rykos' capital. Rykos is being forced back further and further here. Prop is going to have to start making units here to start defending against Blaze, or Blaze is going to clean house. Watching from work, yeah. Pretty slow day at work for you, Tess? Lots of warriors moving down from Von Holio here. If these can be turned into swordsmen, he could get Rykos back in this game, but this is... it's going to have to be sooner, not later. Oy, oy, oy. Archers fortified in position to start taking hits. This city is going to be a lot harder to take than the previous ones. Vaughn is close enough to make a difference. Spectacularly dead. Blaze still producing military units non-stop here. We are going to bring up the era progress. Everybody got the golden age. And with a Mapuche in the game, oh buddy, that's dangerous. Oh, Blade goes up north and around instead. Must have assumed this was the end of the landmass down there if it was blocked off. Oh, that is slow for you, Tess. 4 orders. Campus coming down back home in Blaze Capital here, looking to get in on the science game, because Blaze here is scooting at 20 science, 28 culture a turn. Now that's nothing to sneeze at either, because Team 2 Maori player by Von Holio is sitting at 24 culture. But, I mean, look at this. Team 3. All of Team 3. Excellent culture generation here. And that's making a really big difference. Oof. Blaze declaring war. Archers and the horse moving forward, looking to get some big hits in here. The Bond's still coming in with all these warriors. These need to be swords. Oh. GG to Rykos gets killed off. Game pause out. Nope, unpaused. They must have told him he did. GG Rykos. Was a good effort. You had a pretty interesting start, to say the least. It was very interesting. I thought Von Holio was close enough to really make the difference into that war, but must have needed just one turn. One more turn, he could have really gotten in there and really stopped things from getting worse. That said, Von is in a much stronger position than Rykos was to defend against this. He only has archers and warriors right now, but if these can be turned into swordsmen, Prop's not going to be able to crack it. And honestly, with Blaze at his back door, Prop has got to turn this army around. He has got to get more military units out. We do have city-states getting involved. Suzerain's coming into effect here. Propaganda does get Kabul here, but they are way too out of the way to really influence anything with their units. But at the very least, I mean, his units will get the double combat experience when he's initiating combat. That will add up quick. Namadol picked up by Von Holio, which is where all that culture is coming from. We do have Dash here securing Hong Kong, which means Hong Kong's units are going to start harassing Blade here, at least in Brussels. A huge defensive line here. Excellent fortifications set up. All these support bonuses. Lon's galley here has been skirting around, looking to see what there is to see. Code picks up Kumasi. Now, Kumasi's a big one. All those trade routes to any city-state, +2 culture and a gold for every district in the city you're sending it from. That's absolutely massive. Now, it's not going to be that big early on in the game. Not a lot of trade routes are going to be out. But later on, it's going to be a really big difference. This apostate gets promoted and scoots west instead of looking to push out a evangelized belief here. That's an interesting decision. Team 3 might be looking to scoop some sort of religious victory. That would be particularly interesting, to say the least. Moving right along here. Looking back over here at Ubermensch and Yoshi. No more blows traded. Second general secured by Yoshi as well. A holy site actually coming in Uber's capital here. Now, he did expand behind this, interestingly enough, to right here, where Mumbai is. Does have the builder getting some improvements done in the background. Interesting decision. Blaze here has walls up in his forward city. Trivandrum gets settled to the west. This is very exposed. If Blaze had the horsemen, he could rush that city down. I am curious as to why these units are fortified up instead of going after him. Hey, Duck, how you doing? Welcome to the match. This is a 3v3v3 admin teamers game. The opposing teams pick the civs for the others. So you have some colorful picks here that you may not normally see when people see these in their draft. Unless they're unlucky enough to get these as their draft, I guess. Well, it's not necessarily true. Mapuche is a pretty solid civ, so is Mori. But in either case here, I mean, these warriors just fortifying, archers are waiting. Prop here, not too sure if he can hold, I think. I mean, Ancestral Hall done in 4 turns. Does have this settler scooting out. Prop here looking to grow, but Blaze has an impressive military here. He could get a lot done with this. He just doesn't know it yet. Come from Rise Stream. I know roughly what's going on. Too bad to see him go early. Yeah, I was too. I really thought that Vaughn would be there in time. I guess he needed just one more turn. Oh, Blade's horse here does manage to find Code's Canada. Now, Code does have a horseman here as well, so he could hound this Blade's horse out. But Blade here getting a little more curious, seeing this apostate come from below. There's got to be room down there, right? Been gone for a little while, so at least has... Yeah, Rykos was saying that he had taken 2 weeks off the Civ. So I can understand that. Blade here getting a pretty nice setup for his commercial hub here. There's going to be a 3 gold commercial for now, and once this, once the triangles get made, it'll be even better. Getting that beautiful gold generation up. Just still this big giant stalemate between Dash and Blade. And by securing Brussels earlier on, he was able to really lock down that border. Imagine if Dash had managed to get Brussels and was just flooding units over a road through this pass. Von Holio keeping an eye on things on the England coast. That cool tile on Yosemite. Oh, yeah, totally. There's actually a Torres on the map that both these players have found. A little bit out of the way. A lot closer and easier to secure for Blaze, though. Or Blade. Apologize. Uber here falling back a little bit. Starting to respect Yoshi's combat units here. These 3 Varu forming a line back down here. Archers scooting back into the center, as well as the encampment. Walls are at least triggered in Spingar. Might be 1 turn off. Probably just a lock-in hit to lock the cost in. And after that, I mean, it's been pretty dead for this war front here. Looking at Code's Canada here. Oh, Blade looking to get the pillage on this trader. That'll be a nice gold boost for the team. Code here is working on the Oracle. Quebec has walls to hit that archer out if it gets to that point. Still sitting on 3 cities, though. I mean, Code really looking to... Yeah, I agree. It's not the best Torres. It could definitely have a lot more hills. Oh, here we go. Towas. Warriors are upgraded by Vaughn. He has a horse in the back. Has the Towas forward with the archers here. If he can catch Prop off guard, he could really get a good push in. Blaze here has a lot of archers here. I mean, a lot of them. And he has a scout west to keep an eye on things. Horse escorting the settler. I mean, he's getting them out. Another settler out of the capital. The capital is growing incredibly quickly. It's dropping out settlers at a pretty darn good clip here. I mean, we're looking at Blaze here really looking to expand here off of his 4 cities. I'm still surprised to not see him attack though. Blaze usually one of the more aggressive players in a team game. That they must be trying to figure some stuff out. Blade here doesn't pillage the trader yet. I'm kind of surprised by this. Apostate moving forward. Blade has to be aware this is here. There's no way. Yeah, there's the religious pressure is non-existent right now. No one else has gone for a religion. The first scientist of the game still not picked up. And Yoshi managed to push everything right along into the medieval era generals, denying Uber from getting one. Pretty crazy stuff here. Toronto, what an awesome Canadian city. Oh yeah. Nice campuses. Really nice. We do have more city-states getting involved. We'll bring up that menu now. Kabul still controlled by Propagandhi. Namadol still by Von Holio. Dash still has Hong Kong. Kumasi still by Code. Babylon gets picked up by Yoshi, though, and that's going to be a nice boost to science there. Every great work given science, and then science from relics and artifacts. That's pretty damn amazing. If you choose to go that route. Now that said, our Eleanor player here has already gotten first writer. No exchanges coming out just yet. Only Eleanor here is projecting, by the way, I want to point out. Eleanor is projecting works out. Now that Yoshi's managed to secure his lands, his border to the south, has been doing quite a bit of work here. Has the 4th city down here at Adab and Nippur. Now Nippur has a lot of science on its tiles. Look at this. You got the 1, the 2, the 3, 4 down here, easily accessible. And this is going to be a nice city for science. And even then you could get some really nice bonuses for your districts here as well. Uber here going to be a little hard pressed. Now Uber is going for religion as well. Probably looking at Defender of the Faith. Apostate got a cheeky one-use conversion before Blade managed to step on it and kill it. Unfortunately, was not able to convert the city, so... Do have a wonder getting picked up here. That'll be the Oracle by Code. Was the only person we saw building it. No one contested. More city-state flipping going on here. Keeping an eye on these demographs, on these banners here. You guys can see how Team 3 is really trying to push culture out. Really trying to take advantage. And with Eleanor grabbing those great works, you can see that score shooting up. We might see those great works passed around so that everyone's getting a little bit. Nippur has a good ziggurat site. Yeah, definitely. It's a really good ziggurat site. Blaze's settler looking. It looks like he's looking to try and box in Prop here, but Prop still has tons of settles here along the coast back through here. Has to be careful settling toward Uber. And Prop's going to have to be really careful in general here, especially look at this formation. Even with the Varu with the -5, these formations are superb by Von Holio. These Toas are moving forward, looking to get work done. Von Holio is not messing around. He is in it to win it, so to speak. And he is looking to get a lot of damage done. Victor coming in 2 turns here, and Shadidiki. Settler hitting the water. Wonder where this is going to be going. Probably down here somewhere in order to get more of these beautiful, beautiful fish tiles. Yep, right down here would be amazing. There we go. Blaze nicking another settler to the south. Campus in 2 turns. Blaze here really making the most of the territories he has, putting these unique improvements, these Shamamuls, to excellent use. We do have some peace going on here as more city-states flip, these players fighting for control. They're just constantly going at it, matching each other, and envoys trying to surpass, trying to figure out exactly who needs what. Alliances starting to form on the teams here, as you saw by the notification. That's why we play England. Oof, Blade's horseman here. We could see a pillage come out. Another horse coming out in 2 turns for code, though. Man, these nice, beautiful 2/4s. That's just fantastic. Totally gives the same -5 Baru gives, and it has add 4 more combat strength. Wow, and think about it, play more and more. Yeah, Toa are no joke, man. Huh, interesting. Vaughn pulled his Toa back. I know he's waiting for the ram, because he's going to bring the ram forward. Yeah, Maori's an amazing civ. It really is. Vaughn has builders at home. Another settler scooting out. So Vaughn's making a threat here to prop, but otherwise is just relaxing, building up behind it. By pushing this threat with these Toa out, he's made a lot of breathing room for himself to do this. And that's part of the strategy behind Civ. Oh, prop actually moving up here at the start of the turn. Okay, gets the pick off on the scout. Oh, these cheeky Antioch units. And Blade has control of Antioch now. Interesting. Huh. So Prop isn't going to be able to get this horse by right away. It's going to be taking some hits from these warriors. He's going to have to be really careful with that. That said, Toa fortifying up. Prop looking to get a good arc here. Really good crescent. And this same here with his archers. So they're on hills, mind you. They're going to get those shots off. Amazing fortified line here. Now there's a gap, mind you, but is able to move in relative safety. Does have Code's archer here. I mean, Code here sitting on 3 cities still. I'm kind of surprised to see this because, you know, Code I expected to expand out a little more. You know, if he's got the room. But instead opting to sim straight up, he's going to build tall instead of wide. And just focus on supporting his team. And dashes Eleanor here with a staggering 58 culture a turn. Science is only at 18, but looking across the board, that's not that far behind. Really middle of the pack, oddly enough. Upper 20s here for our Sumerian player Yoshi here, just having to work tiles to get most of his science. As opposed to some of the other players, like, for example, our Mapuche player sitting at 29. Canadian player at 28. And these are excellent, excellent demographics. Now it is turn 46. We've had a lot of war going on, a lot of resources being thrown around. We do have archers taking shots back and forth here. Leeds dropping an encampment down right in Blade's face across from his encampment. You're going to have a little bit of the parallel, if you guys know what I'm referring to, where they're all staring at each other. Yoshi just moving some more military units around, just keeping himself safe. Builders coming out, putting improvements down. These are beautiful, beautiful tiles. Like, Nippur is a fantastic damn city. Like, Prop looking to back settle a little bit here. He's going to have to respect the threat Blaze represents here, because he's moving units in this direction. He's making more, but most of his military is over here worried about Bond. Now, Antioch, being an AI, did not do a good job at hitting the horse. None of us are surprised. It's the AI. Donation bar blocks the leader's faces. Information below them is visible. Can barely tell whose stats I'm looking at. Alright. That is a very easy fix. That is my overlay if that does that. And there you go. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, finding an overlay that works really great for multiple games is actually pretty darn difficult. I'll move that chat box in a second here. Turn that off. I have to open up my restream chat box for this one. I apologize for the brief interruption. You have a hit on the Toa from these archers here. Varu are poising up against Von Holio. Propaganda a little more comfortable with this now that he's got a lot more archers here to back this up. Horse in the back does die to a Toa and a horseman. Oof. Oof. Good lord. Does get the promotion on the Toa there, but those Varu just slamming. There we go. Specifically, Civ has lots of bits and bobs of the UI around the screen. Yeah. You know, it's just the nature of the game. I'm glad this is here. You know, you'll never hear me complain that these banners are here. It's just in, when you compare Civ to a lot of other games for their user interfaces, there's just so much more all over. Just like you said, like you have the mini map down in the bottom left. You have the banners up top, the chat up here in the upper left in the game. Warranted, no one's using it. They're on voice with each other. Interesting choice not to build a pile underneath the encircled Toa. Yeah. It's an interesting decision, and I'm really excited to really talk to some of these teams. Figure out why did you do what you did, you know? It's easy for us to see some things because we can see the map. Excuse me. A lot of missionaries coming out for Uber here. We're going to take a look at Uber's religion. Work ethic picked up. That's really nice. Crusade, actually, not Defender of the Faith. Gets church property for the extra gold. Choral music and Defender of the Faith picked up by Von Holio. Wow, that's going to be really nice. I am incredibly surprised to see Crusade picked up by Uber. That means Uber is looking to get really aggressive. Just more units fortifying and lining up here between Blade and Dash. It's quite the Cold War they got going on. Yeah, I mean, Mapuche here, Blaze, just looking to try and block everything in. Trying to stop Propaganda from gaining too much. Von Holio here. Oh, we do have the paw. There it is. I'd like to see these two Toa switch out, but man, rough. Mexican standoff, 1,000-fold the amount of men. Yeah. Do have another Toa here back in Katapoy. And Von Holio's capital, maybe. Interesting. Take a look at the tech tree here to see whereabouts everyone is. Lead in the charge here, we have Blade, Code, and Yoshi here. Where they're looking to get towards apprenticeship here and machinery, respectively. Everyone else, middle of the pack here, is at shipbuilding, mathematics, construction, and engineering. And in the back, we have Ubermensch and Alexander, which of course is our former player, Rykos. Rip indeed. Oof, here we go. Hanging Garden's getting picked up by Yoshi, actually. He's going to be enjoying those benefits for sure. Oof. Varu fortifying up, recognizing the threat of this paw underneath the encircled Toa. Forced to bring back one of the Varu to heal. Uber trying to work out peace. Mid-noon hit, I think. Our Mexican standoff has begun shooting. Yeah. That's a nice ziggurat there. Put back just behind Quiche. Mexican standoff is indeed shooting here, as you say, Duck. Taking a quick look around here, Dash is getting a harbor online for his England, that Royal Navy dockyard. A cheeky pillage onto these pearls earlier on by the galley by Mori. That would be Von Holio. Quite the exciting thing going on here. Players joking around a little bit about spreading religion. And here we go. We have top of turn 50. Yep. You know, Blade here having to deal with Hong Kong's units, just a constant thorn in his side. But these archers are getting promotions. He's literally just milking promotions off of Hong Kong's units. The longer these two stay at war, the worse it's going to get. Sooner or later, those archers are going to become field cannons, and it's going to be a really bad day. Now that said, here looking at our demographics here along the top of the banners here, I mean, taking a look at this, I mean, Von Holio's Mori, that 31 culture return, doing an excellent job running along the civic street. A lot of our players are. And it's because these high culture players on their teams are boosting the civics for the rest of their team. So it's really pushing the whole team along to have a player like, for example, Dash on Eleanor here, cracking that 62 culture return is just knocking out all these civics. Oh, dear Lord. Blaze upgrading these archers to crossbowmen. Oh, and Prop can't see this. He doesn't know. This tile won't reveal that. It'll only reveal the other cocoa tile on this one. So he has no idea. Prop going to be in trouble here when these crossbows show up. I mean, Team 3 commanding a very respectable lead in both science and culture. And take a look at the great people here. We haven't in a little bit. No scientists have been claimed yet. This is just generated from raw science. None of the scientists have been picked up. I mean, and the first merchant still hasn't been picked up either. So they're just pushing. I mean, this is something else right here. This is a lot of archers. Like, this is a crazy number of archers. If these all start getting more promotions, it's going to be a bad day. But this military's over here against Von Holio. I'm really interested to see where these crossbowmen go. Nothing just yet. Gonna have to wait and see. Peace. Oh. Peace got negotiated across multiple teams now. 42 negotiated peace city-states. No, thank you. Do not want to click through that. That said, I mean, Blade here, looking at his land, he's done a good job keeping districts coming down. Really needs to get more improvements out, though. Can't see the niter yet, of course. But, you know, you have unimproved cotton. You have hills here that could be chopped and improved. All these hills that need to become mines, tiles for farms. I mean, you're at peace, man. You need to play the catch-up game. Especially if you're pushing for that feudalism card. Well, excuse me, goodness. That said, Uber and Vaughn here are the last two members of Team 2 out of their first three. And Uberman's looking to expand behind this. He does have room for more cities, but these players aren't going to let him sit here for long. This is going to get closed out soon. And oh. What? Oh, lordy. Back to war we go, it looks like. Right back to war. Missionary evacuates to the Varu. Needs to be pushing that religious faith on to Yoshi cities to get that crusade bonus, but Yoshi isn't going to let it happen. Not for free. And if he's not careful, I mean, these conversions, these subtle conversions might happen. But even then, I mean, because once this converts in 3, it'll apply more pressure to speed this up and so on. You know, it's a cascading effect, but that takes a long time. And if any of these religious units are crushed, that's going to be a huge penalty in a really big area. That's going to be knocking down the religious pressure. Might even unconvert some cities. Builders coming out all over the place here for propaganda. Looks like he's looking to make the most of peace while he can. But even then, I mean, this line by Vaughn is pretty strong. Okay. Crossbowman heading south. Hits being traded here from the Ooh. Manages to break out a little bit here. Expanding the concave. These archers are in a lot of trouble if they don't get the heck out of Dodge. This Toa here looking much worse for wear. So is this horse. These two archers, though, could do a lot of damage to this horse next turn. Another archer and Toa coming in from the east here. We do have, of course, Reyna set up in the city. Ooh, that's beautiful. Commercial hub there. Gonna have the holy site next to it. Have the dockyard. Be a nice little diamond. Blaze got plenty of improvements down in these cities, but a lot of tiles unimproved. More settlers coming out, just looking to expand, playing wide over tall. Looks like our Canadian player looking to wage war and take this city-state that you know what, we're going to try. We're going to call you Gazargamu because I am uncultured swine. That said, we do have another settler down here to the south, another city. Archer is pushing with this warrior to shove the blade off, get off a little pressure here, that he can expand. Because Code is going to need more than 3 cities in the mid game, especially the late game. Lots of scouts coming in here looking to get pillages done. I wonder. Will Yoshi get to snatch the builder? Eleanor making a galley of her own here with Dash so you can get these tiles fixed and improved back to where they need to be. Fourth city of Winnipeg does go down here for Codenaw, making the most of this tundra. But take a look at these districts. Getting an industrial zone in there. This crossbow is moving forward with a scout, horse, and warrior. I'm wondering what this is going to be for. And Vaughn, this settler's been in the water for a long time. I'm wondering what's been up with it, but looks like he's looking for a cheeky settle down here at the bottom of the peninsula. Oh man, just push. Oh. Prop has crossbows though. I hope those are tortoise promotions on these Toa. He is going to need it. And it's a free naval unit completing the Royal Navy dockyard. Fair. More Varu coming out. These crossbows, these are dangerous. I really hope these are tortoise promotions on these Toas because you're going to need them. Pyramids picked up by Canada. Something that you probably don't see often is Canada starting with desert tiles. Blade keeping an eye on this tile pass to the west. Making sure nothing silly's going on. There's lots of combat units. Canada going for a third wonder already. Yep. There's the Apadana. It's a panda. Oof. Urmish pushed back here. This archer's got to get out of there. Might see that die at top of the turn. There is a galley actually bought? Chopped out. Okay, so there were chops in Adab to get the settlers. Sure, Magnus is there. Why was this galley purchased? What did this give Yoshi? Candy, maybe? Yeah, there's a slight delay in the stream to from live. Interesting. So Yoshi from Team 1, right? Says secured candy. And not just locked it in at 3. 5 envoys in it, and even has... Why though? Is he just hoping that it'll go after? All I can assume is that he's hoping Candy is going to attack Dash. That's interesting. Interesting choice, I guess. These units spreading out a little bit further. They're looking for something. All these crossbowmen just sitting tight for now. However, over here in the east, we do have some movements coming out. We'll take a look and see what everyone's eras turned out to be in just a second here. We're going to watch combat moves go out. Oof! Crossbow takes a pretty good chunk out of that Toa. Archer steps up. Another one takes a shot. Toa's in the water, actually. This one's still on the paw. Oh! Promoted crossbow takes a big chunk out of that Toa in the water. Oh, 2 hits, 19 and 20 respectively onto the fortified Toa. This crossbow looking to take a chunk out of him. I'm really surprised that this crossbow didn't finish off that Toa. Alright, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make our dedication real quick. Of course, they waited for me to click that screen to do more combat. Varu onto the Toa. Toa onto the crossbow. Archers onto the Varu. It's low. Will he go for it? Yep. Toa takes that hit. If this Toa isn't promoted, like ASAP next turn, it's done. It's dropping. Pulling up our era screen here. Now we do have some Dark Ages here and even a Normal Age. Toa in the water is fresh, while the one he hit had promotions. Fair enough. That's a pretty good call, Duck. Now it used to be when a unit had promotions, I used to be able to see the banner on it with a plus. But when the summer update hit, that was no longer a thing. So I don't know if it was a bug before that I could see it, or if it was a bug that it no longer works. Welcome to World Congress. No, thank you. We'll look at that when they're done voting. We'll see what came up. Our heroic... Do we have a... No, we don't have a heroic age. Silly game getting me excited. For our golden ages here, now we do have Von Holio, Codenauts Canada, Eleanor for Dash, and Yoshi Samaria. Not very surprising to see those hit golden ages again. Now, we do have Propagandhi hitting a normal age. Propagandhi won his war against Rykos and has been trying to build up, but has been pigeonholed back in the military over and over and over again because Vaughn's looking to be the aggressor now. This has kind of put him on the back foot, whereas Vaughn got to really set up and kind of improve these tiles, get things working out really well. Where is this settler going? That said, Blaze, Blade, and Ubermensch are in a dark age, so we might see these players looking to swing a heroic in the next era swing. Blaze here still looking to settle west towards the Canadian player here. I wonder if they're looking to take Gazargamu here in order to get some kind of trade city between them to really link up. Blaze and Blade in the same game to make talking easy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Work smarter, not harder, right? Now that being the case here, interestingly enough, looking back at Code's area, we have three more settlers out, right? Now, Code has clearly gone for some kind of timing window to use monumentality, to use faith purchases, to get some settlers here. On top of just pushing them out, getting it done. Those were faith purchases. Whoa. Alright, so our World Congress session here. Plus 10 combat strength for units of the religion for Codeism. 20% population growth, -5 loyalty for Canada. Interesting. And diplomatic victory points there for Canada. Okay. So it looks like they're trying to push the player they wanted to go tall, which was Code for this team. And they're looking to improve his population growth. He's not at risk for any loyalty pressures because of how isolated he is. And to make it even better, he's not getting punished at all, and he's even getting the diplomatic victory points. Just because I'm curious, all these religions floating around. Nah, there's been no active conversions. People want a Canadian to lead the world, not surprised they're nice people. Interesting process you got there. 10 pressure, 10 pressure, 8 pressure, 8 pressure. Interesting. There's quite a bit of pressure coming out of these cities. Now, Code's archer is taking shots at this swordman, amusingly enough. There's a Varu over here as well to start causing problems. Taking a quick look over to the east here just in case. I don't think there's any religious play going on. Yeah, converts in 400 turns. Yeah, that's nothing. That's non-existent. Yep, Bond's got his religion going. Mostly they're just making sure that there's no religious victory to be had so they can contest. Interesting. Oh, that's dangerous. Baloney picked up by propaganda at the very end of that turn there, and it's moved in, and it's causing some problems. Hey, Warbringer, what's up, man? I do enjoy seeing what people call their religion in this game. Avaro comes from Timberland Caddies. Yeah, Codeism. For everybody who is stopping by, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come out and cheer some of these players on. Now, this is the Admin 3v3v3 teamer. Oof. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Warbringer. I appreciate it, man. Yep. Hey, Vaughn's got crossbows of his own now. This could be good. Yeah, I heard Roykos already bit the dust. Yeah, Propaganda pushed an archer rush on him. Backed it up with a warrior, and then he had a horse come down, and then some Varu to finish it off. Unfortunately, Vaughn just wasn't able to get there fast enough. He needed literally one more turn to be able to be there on time. And there was just no help in it, Oh, here we go. Sword, crossbow, 2 horses going after Leventa. Does see Kawia get planted down by Von Holio there. Von not going to be too happy to know that Blaze knows about that city. Blaze just continuing to expand out, making the most of his space. Lots of builders here by code looking to get a lot of tile improvements done. This is what I like to see. So a lot of players don't take advantage of getting builders out whenever they can. Like, look at this. Builder, 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 builder. Another builder. Yes, sure, monumentality is a part of this, but most of that faith, almost all of it in fact, was used on settlers. Because he popped 3 settlers the minute he got monumentality. And then everything else he has dumped into builders. And look at this. He's got these beautiful ice hockey rinks here, given that wonderful culture. Oh yeah, the adjacencies Warbringer are just awesome. Even closer to you than usual. I think I'm in Brussels this weekend. Well, hey man, so how bad is it paying taxes to Blade? Kind of curious. More builders scooting around. This is what I'm talking about. All these players taking advantage of that timing window for monumentality. And even if they can't, they're still pushing out builders because of how important those tile improvements are. Oh, Warburger was cracking a joke because Brussels is in this game and Blade took it over. I have dad jokes, but I'm also a dad, so I'm allowed these horrible things. Look at that. Yoshi getting more cities down in the background, more builders coming out, another settler with the warrior. He has a crossbow there that can be seen, just showing Uber that, listen, man, I'm not scared. I'm ready, and I'm just building up behind it. And Uber is trying to do the same thing. He's got a settler out. He's looking to get another city down. Has this settler here to the left. He has beautiful mountain adjacencies to take advantage of here. So he's by no means out of the game. He's just hurting right now. But it can turn around. And most of what he has is probably going to his ally here, Von Julio. Now, Von is getting pressured really hard here by Propagandi's crossbow and Varu. He did manage to get the crossbowman first and had a much larger grouping of them already in position, already ready to go. Here we go, top of the turn, 59 here. We do have a lot of combat moves going out here back and forth. However, Toa gets taken out. Crossbow takes a small hit. Canada cranking out wonders, fourth one building, absolutely. Blade managed to get Machu Picchu here. I am surprised that he managed to steal that, more or less, considering. Like, there are just so many wonders being picked up. What Civ game are we on when they are going to play Civ? Civ 8 or higher? Oh, my kids? That really depends. They like the faster paced games, especially my stepson Trevor. He likes more like StarCraft, the RTSs. Um, Maya's more into stuff like Roblox, Minecraft. Um, oh, geez, we have another religion in play. And then Seraphin's not sure what she's interested in yet. Soldier Boy, tell him. Alright. Yoshi is looking to spread his faith to sell you the Soldier Boy console that we promise is not a ripoff of another console, right? Let's see here. Feed the world, getting that food, and lay ministry. Oh, that's going to be nice. That said, does have the holy site, the holy city here, Kish, right in Uber's face. So that pressure is going to push back a little bit. But this is also dangerous. And the reason being is that if he can convert Quiche, that'll knock out Yoshi's religion. I used to play Brood War my kid years. I'm now I'm more laid back, I guess. I like to see StarCraft. Yeah, I play StarCraft with my stepson every now and again. You know, when he's feeling up for it. Things have been a bit slower lately because you know he's growing up, 11 years old now, wanting to be more independent on his own. And I'm certainly not wanting to discourage that, you know, because he's been stepping up in a lot of ways as a young man responsibly. A lot more settlers coming out here for propaganda, more builders. Has decided to settle that Yosemite. That's a very nice hill. Wish it was a plains hill, but that's a very nice hill. I like that woods too. Von Holio here has managed to fend off Bologna's swordsman, but it's come at a cost. He's lost a lot of forces down here. How would a StarCraft themed Civ game be? Whew. You know, I wonder if someone out in the modding community could make a mod for Civ or Civ 6 that was StarCraft themed. That would be interesting to see. I'm not sure how feasible that would be, but I think it'd be really interesting because some people in the modding community have made well, they made a Warhammer Total War. Yeah, that's true. Warhammer Total War 1 and 2 are both excellent games. I don't own them right now per se. I was going to pick them up on the summer sale, but I haven't seen them hit yet. There's a chance it has been done. They made 1,000. Yeah, there's tons of Civ mods. The modding community is amazing, and I honestly don't think the modding communities in various games, whether it's Civ, they are Billions, Master of Orion, you know, it doesn't matter. If you're a part of a modding community out there, I just want to take a moment and say thank you because you don't get the amount of credit you deserve. Like for the Better Balanced Game mod and the Spectator mod and stuff that Sal and Codenaw do, I honestly feel they don't get as much credit as they deserve for that. But that's just my opinion. Ooh, crossbows taking some shots off. Tobo retreats, the missionary. Lining up on the city here. We got to check. It's not converted yet. Defender of the Faith isn't in effect here. Yeah, Von Holio's settle was pretty awesome. Well, his ally was right here, right, Coast? So it was really safe. He had tons of space here, and non-Madol as a pocket. Mint, beautiful. Combat moves are done. Heading out back west. No, I meant the new settle. Oh. There we go. More settles coming out. Oh yeah, there are two down there. Look at the trader getting purchased mid-turn. More builders skirting around, getting these city tiles improved. This really spike how fast these cities come online. The faster they grow, the faster they can work more tiles, and it just exponentially goes from there. Colonize the world. Yeah, until someone gets satellites and finds them. Do you see this oasis? It's so good. Yeah, the 421521 oasis. God, it's crazy. My bar will poop in it. Good lord. Alright, Uber looking to spread his faith a little bit more. Yoshi is using his missionary there to kind of help push to make sure that the religious pressures for the crusade bonus don't get in, but I mean this is a very long time, 110 turns. It's nothing to really worry about, but because there's so much pressure being exerted, Yoshi's going to have to use missionaries and such. Eventually he's going to have to use an Inquisitor there if he can't push this off soon. Like I said, you know, this is the part of the expansion phase, so to speak. Oh, poop is highly fertilizing. It'll become a 6-2-1. Well, I wouldn't know, Duck, but thank you for that clarification. Normally wouldn't do that, but this is a fun, just a fun match, not a competitive event. Interesting. Gonna have to move forward here to reinforce. It's gonna have to be quick though. This is not looking good for Von Holio here. Babylon picked up by Blaze. Propagandi's just dumping envoys into Bologna in order to keep that pressure on the Von. That bought him so much time to take out units by the city because all these reinforcements were stopped. Oh, there's the Apadana by Kodna. So is anyone else concerned that there's, you know, uranium underneath this hockey rink that people are jumping on? Merchant Republic picked up by our Mapuche player Blaze. And I just want to take a minute. We haven't looked at the demographics. We haven't looked at the demographics in quite a while here, and something I want to point out are the staggering increases in culture and science from Dash. Dash had already had high culture, but he's since doubled it, and he's taken his science up from 18 to 74. And he's still settling more cities, has crossbows here in Blade's base, basically saying, you know, you want to come at me, come at me. Fortified horse with promotions on the campus blocking the advance. I mean, this is excellent defensive play by Dash. He's doing a great job. It's phenomenal. With that in mind, Dash has gone into full history turned out differently if Canada had the uranium instead of the U.S. Fair. I mean, who's to say there's not uranium in Canada, though? Canada's a massively expansive territory. There's no telling. Probably some out there just in places that haven't been checked. Look at that. More builders. So Code is doing a phenomenal job of showing, like, how to really stay on top of managing your tiles, getting improvements done and out there, keeping builders out. Because, sure, he was on 3 cities, and I was honestly pretty skeptical. But he's really done it a lot. That ruins my joke. War declarations out. Alright, so Team 3 has declared on Team 1. Let's see where this is going to go. We had a whole bunch of city-states just declare war all over the place. Take a quick look at the city-state screen. Oh, we have knights here from Bonholio. Or not Bonholio, Propagandi. Toa's moving forward. crossbows are taking shots. These Toa are lining up. Oh, this is going to be hard. This is going to be close. I don't think Propaganda has enough units here. If these all three turn into knights, he will, but even then. Horses blocking up the pass here from Ubermesh. Looking to spread his religion some more. I mean, he's not going to get it. He might get past the spread. If he could get sailing and put it in the water and land it by Nippur, convert Nippur, convert Lagash, Vilnius, and whatnot, he could get a ton of spread. But even then, that's going to take so long. That's an investment right there. The war declaration. Oh, see, CC to Team 1 ++. Alright, so Team 2 is CCing to Team 1. But what about, how does Team 2, or how does Team 3 feel about this? Waiting for the turnover to hit. There we go. There they go. There are the upgrades. Konog gets Petra down. So Quebec is actually not that bad. Wasn't awful before either, but it's actually pretty nice. All these desert tiles. Needs to flip these over to Quebec. Make them worthwhile. These are worthless as is. There's no way Team 3 is going to seed. No way. Hey, I gotta ask. I mean, I don't feel anything. Yoshi's got knights out, some swords. Ubermesh gonna be on the back foot here. This isn't enough to take a city off, though. Not when there are walls up in an encampment, walls shooting out the support. That's not gonna be enough. Another wonder completed. Dash getting the Cubic Vasani. Inland Indonesia spawn. Yeah, that was weird. I expected Blade to get the coastal spawn with Indonesia, but no, not at all. Vaughn might actually hold this city. It's taking a while to cycle these knights in. Won't get much use out of the Zhang, nor will he get the usual excessive housing. Yeah. Doesn't even have a coastal settle, to be honest. I'm still surprised this Torres hasn't been settled by anybody. Like, I mean, it's not an amazing Torres, but still, I mean, there are 225s. There are 324s. It's nothing to just sneeze at and throw away. Yeah, he can't push. Blade can't push Eleanor. Eleanor has so much culture. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Eleanor's pulled way out ahead. At Enlightenment already. Gonna be at Nationalism soon. Blaze and Code right behind that Merchant Republic. Like, Eleanor is just steamrolling civics out for the team. And honestly, the 77 culture return. Indonesia, the Khmer of excessive housing. Yeah, Khmer is a beast of its own. Let's be honest here. Like, I'm not even sure how we go about balancing Khmer, considering what you can do with it right now. Lots of builders coming out, scouts moving around, trade routes being reestablished here. Tons of tile improvements being done by Yoshi across the board. Settler moving out with the horsemen here to the northwest. Settled over here. Another settler heading out. Yoshi's just getting tons of settles down right now. Lots of space. There goes Sipar. Builder comes out for free because of the government built plaza building. Honestly, only Dom rays need balancing. So you don't think it has anything to do with, let's see, I held Janissaries with Defender and Dom rays. That should not be possible. Oh my, are you serious? That's crazy, Warbringer. Lost maybe 10 Domrays. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that's crazy. Because I watched, this was years ago now, mind you, but I watched Philly hold against Esdeath's Cossacks with horsemen. Now, warranted, a lot of horsemen died. Like, a ridiculous amount of horsemen died. But he just kept flooding out horses and he stopped the Cossacks from pushing. Alright, now this city of Monholios is going to fall next turn. Okay, Maori and Gandhi's India formed an alliance. Rams pulled out of the city. This Toa is going to have to run out at the start of the turn. This city's falling, I think. Sacks the Varu, hits it with the Knight, and this Varu it should drop. Especially if he goes Varu, Knight. Use a similar attack together with Moksha, heal 100 HP in one turn. Yeah. That is one thing I will give the various Civ expansions that have come out and the various updates, is that we've at the very least seen the we'll call it the meta move away from Cav rush or die, which is honestly really nice because before it was whoever got Cav first won the game. And then, you know, strategies came up to just kind of try and throw a wrench in that, and at the end of the day, it was still more or less Cav rush or die. We had a couple of people that tried to do AT crew rush. Wait, Moksha promotion with military units? There's nothing that says it doesn't, my dude. Let's see here. Oh, where the hell is it? Yeah. All governors' units heal fully in one turn of tiles of the city. All units. Not all religious, not all military, all units. So if you're, you know, getting pigeon, if you have a city that's holding a choke, imagine putting that in there. Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine if, for example, let's say Blaze put Moksha in Brussels, right? These units, and he buys this tile and this tile and that tile and just flips it to Brussels. All these units on this border would fully heal every turn. If you're not one-shotting it, it's not dying, which is ridiculous. Not to mention infuriating if you're attacking into it. Alright, so interesting thing here. Yoshi's been pushing out a little bit here, getting a barracks set up. Not a stables, but a barracks. So we might be seeing a musket timing hit. Because he does have more. He has quite a few swords. If he made more warriors and swordsmen, preferably warriors, and then just upgraded them to muskets, he could do a pretty big push. And with the barracks being there, they'll get the bonus experience coming out too. And within the borders, I thought it only worked in the city center. I need to use Moksha more. Well, it doesn't specify just the city center. In tiles of this city. So if that city owns that tile, that unit is getting healed. So you buy up the tiles, you flip them all over to Moksha's city, and you hold. Imagine how much harder it is to push. It's just impossible to push some tiles at that point. Because if you have something fortified on a hill, let's say it's wooded and across the river, so that's +9. Then you have fortified itself, that's another 6. So that's +15. I mean, it's ridiculous. In the background, we do have tons of builders skirting around for various players. I'd like to see even more builders, believe it or not, from Propaganda, but I think he's just trying to hold the city he's taken. He has enough to hold, but does he have enough to push? There's a lot of crossbowmen here. And these Toas putting that -5 are nothing to sneeze at. The units are really hurt too. The Knights aren't, but the Varu are all but dead. And that's a 3 promoted Varu right here. To lose that would be pretty crappy. Let's see here. Take a look at Blaze's land. You know, Blaze has just been building up a bit, building tall. He's been pushing tons of settlers out. Looks like he's finally stopped. And he's cycling back to economy. There's a couple of builders out. Again, like to see more. Always like to see more builders. Coursers. So are these just farming promotions here, or what's the deal here? What's going on with this? Yeah, Ubermesh has it. So these units, codes have been forced to stay here in order to prevent units from backstabbing Blaze's cities. The catapult coming along this road, though, it's going to get there really quick, and that wall is not going to be there for much longer. More builders skirting out. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's 5 builders right there. That's what I'm talking about. What's the model promotion called? It is called Laying On of Hands. Still a dead heat going on between these two players. Trade routes going back and forth. You know what? Actually promoting the scouts to skirmishers. Bringing them back to upgrade them before sending them back out. It's interesting. Interesting. Hope this Canada player knows he can't upgrade coursers in the Mounties. Well, I guess we'll find out. All these improvements coming out. Blade can see it all with his scout. Like, Team 3 signed, look at that, 107, 97, 52. The 52 isn't as staggering because you have Chandragupta by Propaganda at 89 science, but this 107 and 97 definitely are head and shoulders above. In this culture game, I mean, Canada's doing a great job with culture too. So is Blaze's Mapuche. But to be fair, he has the Kamumals. Medieval era ends in 8 turns, so we're going to get to see what's going on with that. Propaganda's still pushing forward. 5 promotions on this crossbow. 4 on this one. Pushing forward here, taking more Toa out. There's another upgrade for a knight. Another 4 crossbow. These units are crazy well promoted. Take a look at the city-states here at turn 71. We do have a COD being picked up by Dash. Yoshi still has Candy. Von Holio has Kabul, but Kabul's too far displaced. Vilnius by Code. Von Holio has Non-Madol still. That's been uncontested. No one's bothered with Jerusalem. Blade has Antioch. But Antioch has no units to do anything with. Not that big a deal. Propaganda still has Bologna, but all that has is trade routes. Now it does have some units, but they've been finished off, amusingly enough, by Blaze's Babylon. Dash has Mexico City. Kumasi has been picked up by Code still. That's been uncontested. And Hong Kong is controlled by Dash, actually. Yeah, still. So that's quite the thing in and of itself. As far as culture goes, I mean, the tourism per turn is negligible right now. No one's really gotten super high culture just yet. Or not culture, I apologize, tourism. It's just quite something to see, all this culture. Now, you know Eleanor is handing out great works to her team. There's no reason not to. And that's, of course, empowering the culture on the team now. Before we had Eleanor, you know, Greece would do that. So it's not an unheard thing. And even then, you know, if not Greece, Russia with its Lavras grabbing early great works. Look at all these cities coming down by Yoshi, though. Like, up to 11 cities there for Samaria. To Ubermensch is 5, about to be 6 here. Does have missionary there. He's looking to try and use this crusade still, but I mean, he's converting cities passively. Like this 8 turns, 9 turns, that's actually reasonable. That's going to be putting pressure down. Oh, missionaries in the water. So he is actually going to go for it to get that crusade spread. Because if he could convert all these cities in the back here, it'll force Yoshi to do something about it. Hold the phone. No. That timer is never accurate. There's no way. I wonder, are they even going to be able to stop it? I don't think they can. He's too displaced. That time, like I said, that timer's never accurate, but I guess we'll find out. What are you guys thinking? You think Code's going to get a culture victory, or are we going to see a strong-armed CC from military pressure? If the timer says next turn that he has 6, it's accurate. Okay. Property best ally. Man, this is crazy. Nah, it isn't. Well, we'll find out. I mean, let's see. It's turned 72 right now. It claims 6, so let's do some, let me get a pad out. We'll say 78. We'll see what it says. Tourist gain is never linear. Yeah, true. That is very true. We've confirmed that since the beginning, actually. What Warbringer says. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to say that you both couldn't be right. Let's take a look. Nah, it's vanished. Someone's managed to challenge it. He knows this better than I do. Fair, I mean. Oh, there we go. Garmu under siege. This will be taken care of shortly. Oh. Privateer. Interesting. I'm surprised I can see that. Usually, ships like that hired, I can't see until they attack. Like, in their attack animation. Oh, look at that. Blade did get a Zhang, actually. I mean, it's stuck there in this two-tile lake, but, you know, if a run-by ever happens, it can snipe stuff. Plus era score. I mean, that's always a big thing, too. Something to keep in mind. 6 turns. Yeah, era score. Yo, Tess, they let you go home? I'm not surprised. Man, you said it was dead there. Settler partnered up with that skirmisher is going to take off. Trader's still running around. Blade's still just poised here. Nothing too big going down. Did get Tamur, but... Liverpool settled in the background. More coastal cities. Crossbows coming out. I wonder if we're going to see a field cannon hit from Dash onto Blade. Oh, man. Where's the settler looking to go in the water? There's boats out there, man. We only did 3 more orders before they're like, if you get bored, you'll start eating everything. I think Culture Vic is too hard to get before rock bands unless you get reliquaries and 3 to 4 relics. Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. Rock bands really, they really turn things around. Like, Vaughn here on the back foot, but he still has these cities safely down here. Oh, Antioch is really pressuring. Jeez, that's rough. Volcano wrecking. Oh, there's a flood too. Wow. So this is why dams are important, so that all your districts don't get thrashed. Some will get instant amount of tourism. System will think they get that per turn and display the timer. I think don't quote me on it. Actually, you know what? That wouldn't surprise me because that works for great person points too. If you complete a project and get the burst, it'll show that on the per turn thing. Because they renamed all the great people things to from earned per turn, points per turn, to earned this turn, earned last turn. It was really sneaky and it wasn't in any of the patch notes. Man, this is the dead heat, that's for sure. Lots of builders for Yoshi. Like, this is great to see. Like, look at all these improvements. I mean, this is wonderful. That's what you want to see. Like, if you're in the mid game and you're looking across your land and you have, like, no tiles improved, that is where you need to change your gameplay. Like, that is where you need to focus. Because look at all these players. You know, they all have tile improvements. Even Uber here, who's on the back foot, he's still got a builder out. He's improving tiles. He has a lot of tiles that aren't improved, but he also has a lot that are. Because no one's neglecting all their tiles. I don't really know any way of getting instant amount of tourism except rock bands. It might be the only way. Unless there's some, like, silly late game tech that no one ever sees. No, they don't have rock bands yet. Yeah, Cold War. It's all the way out here. Rock bands in the historical age? Get out of here. Right, get out of here. But if he beelines them, he can reach them within 20 turns. At 140 culture a turn. Oh, okay. The privateer is glitched. Okay. We do have hits coming into units here. They're getting picked off very quickly. Take 3 to 4 turns to position them and start spamming concerts. Wow, team culture. Yeah. Eleanor went straight culture and then got science up afterward. Canada went straight Canada. And Blaze took care of their science needs for the most part. Eleanor didn't catch up to Blaze in science for a long time. Canada went Canada. Yeah, I mean, it's... I mean, how else do you say that? Just capitalized on what Canada does well at. Not war. Look at that. Blade has tons of builders skirting around. Another settler going for a coastal settle. You know, it's lots of good settles here. You know, there's... But Code just building tall, getting that entertainment complex down, which is going right here. Look at that. 2-6 hockey rinks. Just, oh. Took out this one. Leveled this one, it looks like. Looking to put a mine or something here. Choral music was invented for Canada. Jeez. Moose got stuck at the door. Shavy didn't take it. Yeah, he didn't take it. He didn't take world music. I want to visit Canada someday. I recommend, if you're going to go visit Canada, British Columbia. It's a western province. We're not going to look at this because we're going to see what they vote on. But western province, British Columbia. Go over to Vancouver. There are 2 mountains there, Whistler, Blackcomb. There's a village partway up the mountain. And it's literally just called The Village. So it's a small town. But the food there is amazing. The people are just phenomenal. And you'll have a great time. Every Canadian I know tells me stay away from Montreal. What is the mountain near Vancouver called again? Here, I'll there you go. Oh, weird. Let's see. There it is. Just took like 40 years for it to go through my chat filters. Test Mountain. Get out of here. Ain't no one believing that. Oof, this is not looking too good. These might be enough. Crossbow with 4. Has an encampment down in the background, but it's not done yet. Spearman. It is comprised of withered trees and salt. So what you're telling me, Tess, is that you might be the ultimate League of Legends player in disguise? City-State finally fell this past turn. Just play a real game like Smite. There you go. Smite's awesome. I just wish I didn't suck at it. I'm not good at playing, but I love playing. Yeah, same, honestly. Like, I'm not good at it, but I always have a good time. Oh, well, Hildegard picked up. Alright. Whoa. Hey now. Trade policy. Cancels any international trade routes between all civs and the chosen player. Embargoes new ones. Propaganda's been targeted by the world. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Team 2 really went after him. 100% production toward industrial zone and more diplomatic victory points for Canada. We can be trash together. Yeah. Trash pandas of the world unite. Opening this up here. Just keeping an eye on the... Afraid I might contract stereotype personality disorder. I'll start craving nemesis around here. I have no words for what you just said. Jesus. Blaze was really relying on those trade routes to propaganda to get gold. Speaking of propaganda, like 105 science, 57 culture, they're respectable numbers. Monholio's still sending more cities around too. Like, you knew exactly what this was. Yeah, maybe. The killed out trade. Those animals. Jeez. Monholio sieged by a city-state. Yeah. Yeah, Doc. It's been like that for a while, but at least it's better. Like, all these units were, like, all around here. He's recovering, though. Oh, man. Oh, Kodenog getting another wonder. Gets Jebel Burka, too. It's crazy. Canada just cracking out wonders like insanity. There's a musket for Blade. Huh. He's got more settlers out. He's got more builders out. He's still improving. Still sim sitting. Has a lot of lots of tiles to improve. Tons of them. Oh, what's this? Campus. Doing that for some era score here. We have 2 turns till the next era. I'm really interested to see if Blaze, Blade, or Uber manage to swing into a heroic Xayj in 2 turns here. Could be pretty awesome. I know I can go view the era score and find out, but I like the surprise personally. That said, I do want to take a moment to thank everyone for coming out to watch the game and the match. It's been awesome so far. We've had a lot of pretty gnarly combat going on. A lot of interesting choices and decision across the board. It's not often. Oh, the bombard. The bombard. That knight is so hurt. Jeez. Bombard. That bombard's going to step in that Mars child and get wrecked. Phew. So made a mage for a game. Thanatos, a time sprint primary, didn't start as a youth though. That's interesting. I don't have a lot of experience playing mage on tabletop because no one I knew played it when I was getting into tabletop RPGs. Like everyone I knew played vampire and werewolf, so that's what I got into. Well, that and rifts. I'm huge into rifts, but mage is really interesting. I'm into old school RuneScape now. You know, it's actually surprising how popular like old RuneScape still is. Builders coming out, tons of farms going down. You know, it's did Rykos die? Yeah, great. Rykos died really early on. He got archer rushed by Propagandis Chandragupta. Nationalism's online for Dash, making that swordsman core right in Blade space. 160 culture a turn, not surprising. Man, Yoshi just doing a great job here, getting improvements done, building. Wow, yeah, that's a nice tile right there. 223 mine. Anyway, getting ziggurats down. Tons of good things here. Take a look at the religious lens. The reason I'm looking is because Uber has Crusade, and if he gets the conversion, he might go pushing. Now he's fallen off really hard, and so is Vaughn, just because of these wars of attrition they've been forced into. But oh. Vaughn is on his back foot, though. It's not looking that great. But he is doing the best he can to draw this out. I mean, it's hard to argue for anything more than that. Blaze down here is just, he's had this line of crossbows here forever. He does have Abu, though, and that's it's going to make those units heal even more. Let's see here. The Châtelet is still next. Haven't had any of the super big play scientists hit yet. James of St. George is actually a pretty darn useful engineer. A lot more useful than a lot of people think he is. Being able to drop medieval walls in a city with a click of a button is really handy. Team 3 here with a pretty commanding lead right now. We do have war declarations up. Looks like everyone peaced for a short time in order to not deal with things. Wouldn't move for Canada. Kappa. Oh, jeez. So they war decked because there was a scout walking the settle. Yep, right in there. Blame Blade. Oh, jeez. So Team 1 got declared on by Team 3 because they were blocking a settle with a scout. And now Propaganda's got to be really careful because Blaze is right here as a neighbor. Lon won't die. He'll have his loyal colonies. Alright, now we do have dedication real quick. Get this out of the way. Heck yeah, loyal colonies. Bombard gets a huge hit from the crossbow in city center. I mean, this. I was going to play the admin teamers, but something important came up. Hey, man, you know, life happens. Like, I mean, look, I used to be an admin in CPL too, and, you know, life comes first, man. Always. So you'll never, you know, I don't know what anyone else has tried saying, but you'll never hear me throw fucking shade at people for putting life or their kids first. But for those of you just joining, welcome to the Admin Teamers 3v3v3. Opponents did choose their civilizations. So Team 1 picked for Team 2, Team 2 for Team 3, and so on. And, well, it's turned into a pretty interesting match, I have to say. It's not equal Ursula. This knight has a general. Oh, El Cid too. Because El Cid makes a unit of core. Because one of the fun strategies used to be with Arabia was rushing the Mamluks, getting El Cid, slapping a classical great general on the Mamluk, and using El Cid to make it a Mamluk core with a general, and just run around smacking the hell out of everybody. Because there was almost nothing that could catch it. Okay, Dash has a settler with a sword moving north. Interesting, these units are starting to shoot at each other now. That crossbow core, good lord. Is that a skirmisher core? Yes. Looks like a stalemate. I mean, for now, but look at Eleanor's science and culture. 115, 121. To Blade's Indonesia, 72-36. It's not a stalemate, it's a choice of not to go to war. Factory out, done next turn, and Dash's industrial. It's right there, I believe, yeah. 10 production, so... Wow, that's going to hit all these cities, too. Yeah, that hits all of these cities. That's a 6-city factory. Could easily be a 7, I think. This one? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that could be a 7-city factory. Might even be able to swing 8. Nah, it won't be able to reach 8. It could do 7, though. And there's James of St. George, by the way. Next engineer on the table is going to be Leonardo da Vinci. Workshops providing an extra culture. That's actually a pretty big deal. Especially if Eleanor gets it, because Dash is just removing one other way people can try to close the gap on culture. Although Canada's overtaken the culture lead, which really isn't surprising, because I mean the ice hockey rinks are 2 6s. Oh, field cannons from Blaze. We have big upgrades across the board here. This is a problem for Prop. He doesn't have walls on these back cities. He's only locked walls on the capital a long time ago. All of his units are over here dealing with Vaughn, and Vaughn's actually putting up a pretty good fight. Something confusing me. There's a Twitch account named Blood of Helson and one named Grapple Fruit. Which one is the same person as Grapefruit on Discord? I'll leave that for him to share? Because the answer surprised me too. Von Holio and his infinite colony spread. Oh, there's another musket. That's another thing. Propaganda is having to spend a lot of gold and resources over here to fight Von Holio. And Blaze is going to do a ton of damage when he runs through here. And Victoria gets settled. Another settler out here. Canada just looking to spread, realizing, oh crap, I've ran out of tiles to put wonders on. Okay, archers upgraded to crossbows. Has to have a general here. But, I mean, push comes to shove. These are court. They're a lot stronger than the normal units are. Like, this isn't some simple thing. Definitely not. All right, there we go. Top of turn 81. Let's go. Let's see what's going to happen here. No put. Interesting. Ubermensch got a little more aggressive. Withdrew. Just probing the defenses, so to speak. Has to respect Yoshi's science and culture, though. 91 science a turn. 67 culture to the 41 23s. He's got to respect that. Oh, he left. Oh, yeah, I guess so. I think Pelson is actually grapefruit, by the way, Duck. Another settler coming out. Oh, no, this city's lost. Von Holio going to lose the capital there. I mean, he still has cities. He has a knight here in Kalapoy. And he has these Toas pushing up from the city here, finally. He managed to hack through all of Antioch's. And now, I mean, Prop's going to see this down here and be like, oh, crap. There's another front he has to worry about. I think I'll do the same. Bye, sign out the chat. Hey, take care, Duck. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you had a good time. And look forward to seeing you next time, man. Alrighty. Looking while I wait for this dungeon to pop. I got a WoW sub for my birthday. I was like, well, here goes all the free time. Hey, I mean, I hope you enjoy it, Tess. I mean, WoW's a fun game if you have a fun, a fun group to play with. That's my opinion of it. Like, playing on your own in WoW just isn't that much fun. But once you get into it and you start playing with other people, like if you have a group of friends that play, or if you're in a guild and you enjoy playing with those people, it's a lot more enjoyable. Whether it's PvP, raids, dungeons, whatever, there's stuff for everybody in that game. You can play Pokemon. Trying a priest for the first time. Ooh. Usually go Hunter Warlock, yeah. I played a Hunter for a really long time. I played a Hunter for the first 11 years of WoW. You leave my Pokemon out of this? No, I have to judge you thoroughly for Pikachu's nonsense. Oh wow, lots of horses from Yoshi. Are we gonna see a cav hit? Vilnius causing some problems. Does have a caravel though. Cause a little bit of issues for Rashi. Switch on over to the religious tab here. Yeah, no, it's not gonna get much in terms of spread. I mean, he's gonna convert Victoria. 5, 12, 43. I mean, if he ever pushes in this direction toward Agra, that religious lens is going to be important because he'll have the crusade bonus. Yep, Von Holio's capital has fallen. Is looking to get more settlers out, trying to be that oceanic people he can be. I'd love to see a whole bunch of pillages come out of this, by the way. Uh-oh. Blaze says Cav. Oh, that's dangerous. He only has a couple, though. Harlan asked if he could start a new game on blue, and I straight death glared him until he put my keyboard down. Yeah, you're going to have to set some boundaries with that one, Tess. That said, look at, 179 culture returned from our Canadian player Kodna. Tons of hockey rinks. Bunch of wonders. Culture return, tourism return 101. No one else is generating even close to enough. He's not winning the culture victory yet. It's not that bad, but that culture, just raw point value, is huge. Oh, Yoshi giving Dash a hard time. Got a cast iron skillet. I used to have a cast iron skillet, and I don't like cooking with it. I really don't. Like, I got a, I got this, got a wok. I like cooking it a lot more. Oh! Settles the city right away. Refusing to lose it. Does the one tile pass. Couldn't get to the river, so just put it where he could. Now the wives are handy for concussions. Only you, Tess. Only you. I'd love to see James of St. George with the new castle upon time. Just put walls up. Yep, getting that good aqueduct there. Another catapult moving over that's going to have to be upgraded. This war against Monholio is slowing Prop down a lot. His science is excellent. Like, he's competing with Blaze for science, but outside of that, it's just not, he's not keeping up in his economy, and it shows. His culture could be a lot higher, his gold could be higher, and he knows it, but, he's gotta, but if he finishes this, look at all this land he has to himself. If he could fill that out on the back foot while trying to shore up against Blaze. But Blaze has had this high science and culture for a long time. And from Eleanor and now Canada boosting all of these civics to these players, they're just, they're miles ahead. Everyone else is back here in the Renaissance era. They're in the industrial. And even then, Blade, Uber got heroic ages, which is absolutely huge for their economy. Whoa, look at all these catapults. Damn. And a bombard up front. He's looking to start taking some pot shots. Code and Yoshi, they got a golden age. Not that, surprising. Vaughn got a dark age. He's losing a war right now. He's getting pushed back. Not surprising to see. Normal ages across the board otherwise. And I can play songs on your stream as long as they're family friendly. me warranted. I put a mature warning on all my streams anyway, but you know. Oh my God, Vaughn actually got another settler out. Crazy. I'd laugh if he sent it like all the way over here. Put it over here. We do have Dash picking up the Casa del Catrion. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of siege units. Blade's getting ready for something. It's a question on what, though. I mean, he's taking shots at this encampment wall with his bombard, but... Does he smell blood in the water? I mean, looking at tech, though... Okay, we'll see you in a bit, Tess. Enjoy your dungeon. So we got Prop Dash and Blaze at Cav Tech level. Or industrialization. And Blade and Codenaw are right behind, though. And honestly, Yoshi isn't far behind that. It's going to be an interesting way to see between teams 1 and 3. Two members of Team 1 have over 130 science right now. So they can catch up. They definitely can catch up. But I'm really worried about the culture game because of how many civics Eleanor and Laurier, there we go. I could not remember Canada's leader's name in Civ. Holy crap. I couldn't, like, just, they're boosting so many civics for each other and for Blaze that Blaze doesn't need much culture because 40% of all these civics are being done for him by someone else. He doesn't even have to get all the boosts for it, like the boost conditions. Like, for example, build 2 field cannons for Scorched Earth. He doesn't need that. I mean, he has it, but once they get it, he gets the 40% boost for free. Whereas he's boosting all the science for them. Newton got picked up by Dash. Darwin picked up by Prop. Next big one is going to be Einstein. Hope it's Black Fathom. Black Fathom kind of sucks, I'm not going to lie. Used to be really cool, but... And they made it weird. Can't wait for Classic WoW to come out. Play the hell out of that. There we go. I can't make it over the jump. You know, if you walk around the left side, you can just walk up the part of the wall there, and you can just do one little jump or just fall straight down, and you'll be past the jump. They took it. Oh, okay. They took it out. Nothing I can do about it. Utoa's fortified for now. I think RuneScape has the funniest quest of MMOs. Which quest though, Pizza? There you go, Musket coming out for Blaze. Blaze having a hell of a time with La Venta down here. Like, really, really hard time. You have to jump over the three jumps, yeah. Well, you used to be able to skip it. Oh, Coliseum, next turn. Wait, how is Coliseum not taken? Hold on. It's turn 85. Why has Coliseum not been picked up? Where is it? Hold on. Oh, it's down here. I mean, it's not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, I mean, it's a 6-city Coliseum, but they're waiting for you. Oh, that's really nice of them, actually, Tess. I'm used to, like, mean people playing that game, I guess. So Dash's science is going to be going up a lot. There's Galileo for the mountains. Dash is saving this, but for what? Oh, popped it right now. There's the Coliseum done. More builders coming out. Lots of builders. Night Core on the border. That is going to get shot at. Big bombard hits. I like it. Oh. Oh, poor crossbow. Good lord. Yeah, it looks like Dash has had about enough of this. Is moving units up. Is looking to actually get something done here. Crazy. $210 cents. Broke 200 culture return here from Canada. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, all these horses from Yoshi just kind of scattered around. Dealing with other troubles, so to speak. But apostate from nothing. Okay. Evangelize church property to get more gold. That's it. No one else has evangelized new beliefs, so. Oh man. These are all core 2 now. 10 turn. I mean, these are. I mean, once Acker gets converted, he could push east, but Uber's just so far behind. Highlighted everything but Black Fathom the Dungeon Finder because I'm garbage. They're there, Tess. They're there. Alright. Von Holio here. He's cracking out more and more settlers. He is really looking to go on a voyage. Oh man. These Toa are moving up too. India has completed rifling. He's getting pillages in. He's starting to pillage. Doing pillage runs. That's the way to do it. Don't worry about hitting city centers. Just pillage. Make him pay for the war. I mean, that's a 70 strength city right there. Whew. That's going to take a while to bring down. The bombards will make short work of it, but otherwise, I'll Leventa beating the hell out of this cavalry. Encampment's torched. But that musket's going to pay for it, that's for sure. Blade might actually be able to push in. Interestingly enough, he might be able to do it. Hmm. Not a lot of scouting going on by players against their neighbors, just kind of leaving armies fortified on borders, trying to make a show of strength, so to speak. But Code's Canada just had builders all over the place the entire time, is focusing on just now getting a campus in his capital, too. Just hasn't really had to focus much on anything outside of just developing culture, grabbing wonders, being Canada. Now we do have a victory flag, but as previously mentioned by both Duck and Warbringer, you know, those turn timers aren't accurate. Tourism isn't linear. Terracotta Army finished by Blaze. Oh, that's going to be a whole bunch of free promotions. That is dangerous. And we do have Kodnog getting the Great Lighthouse done as well. Just even more culture, even more tourism. Uh-oh. With this war. Propagandi's in a bit of trouble here. This city is a buffer for his capital. And it's going to flip in 13 turns. This is a bit dangerous. Question is going to be is whether or not two yellow players make it look like one huge yellow player. Yeah, I agree. I unfortunately don't pick the colors though. And there were two Indias because you have Chandragupta and Gandhi. So one of them was going to end up, you know, mustard yellow as opposed to, I don't know, not week old mustard yellow. Oh, God. Vaughn's fallen here, but he's out of the game, but not out of the game. These units are racing back down now to deal with all of these pillaging Toas. I'd love to see him just keep pillaging, just not stop, just pillage everything he can. That said, Yoshi's science has spiked a lot. 157 science attorneys matched Blaze, and Yoshi's honestly looking to take over the science game here. But even if he does, no one on Team 1 is generating so much culture that they're spiking out a whole bunch of civic cards. Because you gotta remember, when you unlock civics, you get these policy cards to put in your government slots, as well as the new governments themselves. Like right now, you have Kodna and Dash here at mobilization. Cold War is not that much farther, and if Kodna is rushing rock bands, like he skips past the governments and goes straight to Cold War, he might be able to lock in that culture victory. Yoshi just building up more districts, getting more of that economy locked in, building that infrastructure, because he has to take over the science game in order to run over Team 3's science lead that they've been maintaining. I mean, they're not too far behind, so to speak. I mean, Yoshi's just literally one tech behind in the industrial era, but we're getting to the point where steel is going to be the thing here. Steel or flight. And Mapuche actually pulling ahead here to steel or flight. Let's see which it is. It is not steel. We're likely to see some aerodomes get thrown down. Whew, crazy. More bombards coming out for Blaze. You know, it looks like he's getting ready to push off for artillery. Probably went to oil first to see where the oil was. Easy way to see that, oops, is this. Global resources. Oil, yep, there it is. Mapuche has oil. And he has more oil really close by. We're likely to see a bunch of tanks come into play. These are going to turn into tank corps. Because we're going to go from probably either... Man, he's going to go back for steel. And then he's going to get combustion. And he's just going to run over. He'll run proper right over. All these units are still going east. I don't get it. I mean, Lon is doing a great job of staying in this game. I mean, a really, really great job. Like, sure, you know, he's got cities scattered all over the place, which isn't that great, but considering his ally died, his other ally just kind of got hard stopped, and Prop managed to snowball off a Rykos onto him by doing a great timing by taking Bologna in order to completely bottleneck all the reinforcements. So Vaughn's actually done a great job this game, but he just hasn't been able to capitalize on any advantages. Man. It's like I said, it's going to be real interesting. I'm looking for the steel walls to hit. Wait a minute. Interesting. So Prop went steel first, refining second, whereas Blaze is doing the opposite. He wants to hold off on steel because he wants to upgrade into artillery corps. So he's probably going to one-off steel and switch off into something else. Interesting. Dash sent a few naval units around. And so did Code. Now we saw Code sending these naval units around earlier, but at the time Blade didn't have any coastal cities, so there wasn't anything worth following it over. But now, if he's having to send and upgrade the catapult to the bombard, he's going to have to get it inside that city to start lashing back out. Otherwise, that frigate's going to be a nightmare. We're in that deep lull of the mid to late game where we're hitting that point, that slight downslope, that slight rut, where things pull down action-wise because it's all SimCity stuff going on, right? It's competition for great people, building up the economy, getting some units pre-built, getting everything slid into core right before the big upgrade and the next timing attack. Because no one's gone for planes, it looks like. Everyone went the bottom side of the tech tree, which, if you're not familiar with bottom versus top tech, is top is planes and going for things like research labs. That's considered top tree. Bottom tree is steel, oil, tanks, cavalry. And that's really what we're waiting on to see here is, have any of these players gone top? Oh, Canada's getting a little aggressive. Oh, these frigates taking shots on the city now. Blade's coastals are in trouble now because he wasn't expecting this. And if he goes after Canada, I mean, look at all these units from Eleanor, from Dash. There's a lot here. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of builders, traders, musicians, great people. But these units, these are core. He made them core when he got nationalism. So there's actually a lot more oomph there than what appears. Now that said, I mean, right now this is still a stalemate between Yoshi and Uber. But Uber looks like he's going on a little pillaging spree. Do we have Eleanor finally being contested for cultural great people? Like, we're just getting all of them. Can I have a break, please? Uber asks. That's up to the teams, my dude. I'm just here to cast. Blaze doesn't care. Dash is voting yes. Yeah. Alright, looks like we're going to have a 5 to 10 minute break. I'm going to throw up my BRB screen. We are at top of turn 92. Minute break. Be back by 33 after the hour. Alrighty, guys. Alright, guys. See you guys in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink while the players are taking a short break here. I hope you guys have been enjoying the match so far. It's been a pretty awesome game all around, to be honest. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the match's conclusion as things continue to play out, because Team 1 and 3 either one of them could take this. And I'm leaning heavily in favor of Team 3 because of the culture, but we'll have to see. There's no telling how things are going to swing. What do you guys think?
see. Players got about another 3 more minutes before we kick things back off. Alright, some players putting in pluses saying they're back. Okay, Team 3's back. Just waiting on Propagandi. Okay. So we're waiting on Prop and Vaughn. We'll kick this right back off. Vaughn's back. Alright, just waiting on Prop. Just waiting on Prop. Let's go, let's go. Come on, it's 33. Where you at, Prop? Where you at? Come on. Let's see here. We have Rur Valley picked up by Dash. That's going to be a big one. And Anchor. Oh my god, Dash got both of them. Whew, Rur Valley. That's a city. We're all good. I'm back. Alright, there we go. 3, 2, 1. And we're back in it. Alright, Rur Valley and Anchor Watt picked up by Dash as Eleanor. I mean, the Wonder Spamtasm from Team 3 has just been nuts. Tons of war declarations with city-states coming out. Lots of negotiated peace. Kind of expected stuff at this point. I mean, lots of trade routes going from Blaze to Code here. And even then, oh wow, the frigate had to pull back. The second frigate's arrived though. Quadremes are stationed in these cities. They're likely about to become frigates themselves. Or Zhongs rather, because this is Indonesia. Man, Sea Dogs though. Sea Dogs are really good. Another mass bombard upgrade across the board. Okay. What do we got going on here? Crossbow. He's tightening the noose, so to speak. This is kind of dangerous. Alright, what do we got? A campus under construction. Alright, so man, look at the science coming out here. 170 from Blaze, 168 from Yoshi, 143 from Prop. Like, this is some pretty intense stuff, but Prop's got to be careful here. That city's going to flip soon. He's got a ton of fortified catapults here. I mean, he has steel, so they're likely to all become artillery, but still. Blaze has core running around all over the place. I mean, at the very least, he's going to be able to pull these back in this direction, but Vaughn's not out of this game yet. He's still here. And he's making muskets. He's able to get things done, actually. Warranted it won't be that case for long. And there's Statue of Liberty. Oh, man. There we go. He's at Rock Band Tech. I mean, he might have... Wow. So we're going to see some Rock Band culture hits come out from Canada against other players soon. Oh, wow. City gets razed. Didn't even keep it. They just burned it to the ground. The scars forever on your land. Alright, so team 2 pieces, team 1. Interesting. I wonder if that included a seed of the cities. Because if these cities were seeded, they won't be under occupation and take penalties anymore. Whew, let's see. Yeah, we don't care about the promotion. We want the good stuff. Mapuche finishes steel. Alright, now this is a big timing too. And the reason being is that these bombards can become artillery. Ships are retreating for now, or at least falling back to go after this city. Oh man. Field cannons just taking shots off of the dead encampment just to farm promotions. I don't blame them. It's a good idea. Lots of tile improvements. Good stuff. He has more builders out doing chops, getting things done out of the way. This is good. This is good stuff from Uber here. It really is. Like, he's up to 65 science a turn. He's catching up to Blaze's science a little bit here. It's a good sign. 6 turns till the next era. We'll be taking a look at things. Looking at culture real quick for the tourism side. Nothing too overly expected there. Whew. Do have more war decks coming out here. As you can see, city-states are now being fought over actively. Babylon and Bologna specifically. Babylon secured by Blaze. Bologna secured by Propagandi. I would like to see Propagandi destroy Babylon just to deny the city-state. Just deny it. Take it to the ground. And all of his trade routes could just go through Bologna instead. And he can just sit a spy in there forever, just doing nothing but assassinating people's envoys. Oh. Code's looking to settle west here. He's looking to destroy this city and take the Torres settle. Man, that's something. That's going to be nice. I mean, look at this. Dash is on what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's on 8 cities, but look at how much he's gotten done. Like, he carried his team's culture through the entire early and mid game. And then Canada caught up, and now Canada is doing what Canada does, is a late game cultural powerhouse. It's beautiful. It's well done. Here we go. a spy in 2 turns. Okay. Dole Green declares on Laventa. Okay. Take a while, that's for sure. Another settler for Uber, so he's still building out a little bit at a time while building tall. He's got builders all over the place. I mean, this is good. This is good. He needs this. But he's so far behind, he really needs to play the catch-up game here. He's got to get this under control. Oof, Vilnius getting shot at by privateers, harried by other units. I mean, it's a big deal because you have all these units where all these players have out-teched you, so their units are just nightmarish compared to yours. I mean, Blade's keeping up, alright? He is. He has 85 science, 45 culture, compared to Dash's 151 science, 150 culture. It's difficult. It's going to get to a point where that difference is so great. Like, here's Blade, and here's Dash. I mean, look at all these civic cards that Blade doesn't have access to that Dash does. Those are really game-changing things, and that's why that difference is so great. Oh, he's going after Kumasi, it looks like. He's going to have to raise it, I think. That said, I mean, we do have plenty of stuff going on across the board otherwise. But it's all SimCity stuff. And everyone's like, oh, but that's not the fun. That's not... But no, but it's important. It matters. It makes a big difference. And you can see it on these banners. How big a difference that's led to. Being able to properly manage, your tiles, your population, being able to grow your empire in more than just one direction, you got to be able to do that. And that's what sets, better players apart from good ones. The great from the good. Is being able to fine-tune that much better. Alrighty. This turn's taking a little while. Wonder if someone's having some trouble. Alright, British Shelley picked up. Natural History unlocked. Interesting, we got a flag for a cultural victory again. Supposedly 10 turns, but we'll see. I mean, I'd love to see some rock bands come out, but I haven't seen any. All these great people just floating around in English territory, just running out of places to put stuff. So I imagine Illinois has just been dumping great works on top of Canada, but now Canada's got all these writers and artists just can't do anything with. There's 2 6s. I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, there's some big powerhouses at play here. Vaughn's still hanging in there, just improving tiles, getting things going. His Toa finally got picked off because of steel. He's just sitting back, getting things rolling, getting it going. Just putting up the lens here real quick. Interesting. What would have been an interesting play would have been to see Uber take Jerusalem, which Yoshi did. So Yoshi's religious pressure is enormous. That 14 is 4 times the strength, which is honestly what's allowing Yoshi's religion to not be overwhelmed. Ooh, man. Alright, gonna be a World Congress vote. We'll see how the players have voted that out at the end of the turn. Zhang sitting tight in the city center. Yeah, I mean, if Blade can snipe the Caravel, they're not gonna be able to take. Well, they'll still take it with the Courser though. Other than that, it's still that same stalemate appearing thing we had going on. But it's honestly just players trying to sim up, build up, and or in some cases, catch up. Canadian player code. I may or may not have purposely let the warrior die at a party. Whoops. Our Canadian player code not breaking that 100 science a turn finally. Getting around to it. Just knocking out that culture game, but is going to eventually need some techs. Another theater square under construction. Like, this is some... It's some interesting stuff. I mean... Got 3 people harvesting oil. Blade's got quite a healthy amount of it. It's going to be interesting. Mataram will fall this turn. There's no way. There we go. Coal power plants are banned. Oh no. Oh, burns the city to the ground. Runs Hamilton in. Whoa, spies doing siphon funds function 2 levels higher. Like the paladin would pull, and dude pulled like 7 more back to the group of 10 elites. It was like, do it one more time. So we did. So we died. Nobody rushed him. Nice. Alright, code not for victory points. Oh, okay, it's been disabled. Oof. Man, if only Uber could see past this. And Kumasi under siege. Bombards are just lining up in position right now, and then they'll be tearing this city apart. And once Kumasi's gone, I mean, Code is going to lose quite a bit of culture. Oh man, like this is just like Blade is pinned down, but he has enough cities to just build tall, and he could do it. He'd be fine. Well, I mean, the real big thing is waiting for Yoshi to finish building tall, because Yoshi's not close to being done to that. More cities out for Blaze. Jeez, even more builders. I just focused on the paladin with, 17 elites, and the warrior was like, "Where are my heals?" Well, princess, I saved them for the person we needed alive. I bet he took great exception to that test. Labenta finally falls to Blaze, but it's under risk of being flipped already. That report won't do anything. I wouldn't worry about it, Tess. Like, almost 300 culture return from Canada. Like, Code's doing an excellent job with this. Absolutely beautiful job. I mean, you're not wrong. Let's see here. James Young picked up. Alfred Nobel. Who's going to get that one? A lot of people projecting right now. Probably waiting for Einstein. Get that huge bonus. Ironclad upgrade. Big city strength. In the 80s, though. Has that artillery. Artillery core, tank core. And he's lining up. He's taking shots. I need Twitch to give me a dumpster fire emote. So real talk, right? Like how that works is when you sub to somebody, to someone's channel, when they hit so many subscribers, they unlock emote slots, and people can make the emotes for those slots, or the Twitch user can. And honestly, I would love to see a dumpster fire emote. I would sub for that. I'm not gonna ask you to sub, Tess. I don't ask people to do things that cost them money. If they want to do it, great. That's awesome, but I'll never be the one to ask. I don't feel that's appropriate. Unless I'm asking people to like donate for charity when I'm doing my charity streams. That's different, cuz all that money's going to a cause, not my pocket. I could get you a Oh my god. I'm not even sure we could fit that into an emote. There's just so much stuff to have in that. Like, what would that even look like? Carol got the convoy promotion. Cartography research by Indonesia. Okay, so Blade has access to caravels. But Blaze here, he's got these field cannon core shooting stuff. Oh, but Prop has core too now. Appeared in NASCAR. Alright, so Prop is trying to get to tanks. Prop needs to hold on till he can get the tanks. But these artillery corps are gonna wreak absolute havoc on these walls. Like I am a little scared for Prop here. Prop won't lose everything. He'll get tanks in time, but will it be enough tanks? He's got plenty of gold. A little bit more military acting out from our Canadian player here. Archaeologist just getting more and more and more culture. Depends on the personality. They need the stereotype. Fair. Could probably straw poll that. There's a lot of traders there. Oh, aerodomes are down. Alright, so this is important because Canada went top. Now, it's kind of obvious that Eleanor went top. Now, Eleanor also was going top earlier with industrialization anyways, so it's not that much of a surprise. However, the aerodomes are hidden. They're not in plain sight, so Blade doesn't know. Blade doesn't know that he needs to rush steel. And I don't think he is. Blade is actually in the lead here at combustion. A lot of people right behind though. Like, this isn't just some crap. Like, this is, Blade and Code all the way back here in the industrial era still out here at ballistics military science still. So I mean, they're gonna be hard pressed, and pretty soon we're gonna have nukes flying around. That's gonna end this game real fast. Unless there's a bunch of SAMs to deal with it. I mean, they got prop on the back foot here using these tanks and field cannons, but is it going to be enough is the real question. All right, here we go. Start of the turn 99 here. We have a whole bunch of shots coming out from field cannons. Oh, upgrades to a tank. That was really risky. Pulling that back to upgrade it. That tank core is really low. It might get sniped at the start of the turn. Oh man, like Blaze getting a ton of value going after these units as they're being upgraded. Like that artillery core is in a lot of trouble. Now that tank core that was just upgraded, this one here, that's going to get some work done. So Blaze has got to respect this. He might be able to surround this city, but oh man, attacking twice, field cannon, that's got to be made a core ASAP. He might be able to take this city. It's going to flip into rebellion in 5 turns anyway, but Blaze has got to figure something out here. Alright, Colossus picked up by Dash. Not that big a surprise. Alright, so only player in a golden era is going to be Dash. Everyone else is normal as far as Blaze, Vaughn, and Code. And Dark Ages for Prop, Blade, Uber, and Yoshi. Actually kind of surprised to see Vaughn not in the Dark Age. Oh man, even more upgrades coming out. Just more and more archaeologists kicking around for our Canadian player Code now. Where are the rock bands at, man? I was really expecting a culture victory. crazy. Oh man, armies now. Oh, there's the military engineer. Let's see here. Science. Alright, doesn't have rocketry yet. Then we can do this and look for uranium. See who's getting the uranium. No one yet. So no nukes yet, but lots of builders coming out. Military engineer. In Uber we trust. Spirit of Rykos and New Von Holio. What a team champ, Vaughn. Blaze having to respect it, pulling back. Seeing all the upgrades. He's got to rethink his strategy. Trying to defend Kumasi here is our Canadian player Code. Very interesting game so far. Still no cultural plays. Like, it looks like they're going for war and science here. I mean, we got musket corps coming up. We have bombard corps. Ko isn't really militarized though. He's got nothing to back this up. It's literally at face value. Most of Blade's armies over here though, he doesn't have a lot either to be fighting with. It's an interesting predicament to say the least. Yoshi's just continuing to build tall. Like, he has nothing to worry about at all. Three turns till it flips. Soon, soon, soon. Oh, man. Like, just looking at... Look at these demographs. 298 culture, 771, 106, 114. Almost triple the majority culture. Right. 172 science, 134 science, 165, 196, 138. Like, the difference in science isn't as big as it used to be, and Yoshi's just pushing out both techs and civics for his entire team. And warranted, Prop has good science too, respectively, at least for the position he's in. But man, it's rough. how is this war going to turn? Who is going to win? Alright, so, good question. I'm still leaning in Team 3's favor. Code is pushing out all of these culture points, these 300 culture points a turn, which is unlocking civics ridiculously fast. Like, I really mean that. Like, look at the difference here. He's all the way up here at Cold War era. His teammate, both teammates, are in the modern era between capitalism and mobilization, right? The other teams are all the way back here because they didn't have anyone that was culture heavy like they did. And it's really, really hurting. Now, as far as tech goes, tech's a lot closer. Multiple people are at steel. Blaze is all the way up here. Propaganda and them are right here. They're just past. They're at combustion, right? They have tanks. Yoshi's almost at tanks himself. Blade and them are back here at military science, ballistics, industrialization. So they've really got to figure out what they want to do here. Harlan got me Cultist Simulator. What is that? Is that just like Vampire the computer game? Oh, 7 promoted field cannon. That's nice. 3 turns on the flip though. Whoops. Bellion in 22 turns. Maori just doing Maori things. These horses just racking up promotions off of the city-state. It's crazy. So are these guys, but that field cannon is doing a lot of damage. Card game on Steam, crack it open later. Yeah, by all means. Let me know how it is. Tons of builders for code still. Like, he's still simming. And we even have the Mounties. Look at that. Look at how accurate these are looking. Still have Craftian, which is why you got for me. That's awesome, Tess. Really. Field cannon next turn. Like, armies are being made out of these core, and this Blade's not going to be able to push through this. Not with Canada as backdoor, too. Heavy breathing. I mean, pressure's on right now. Question's going to be is who's getting nukes first? And honestly, right now, that answer is Team 3. Nobel is still the scientist up for grabs, so... And here we go. We have another wonder. Code not finishes. Statue of Liberty gets 2 settlers for free off of it. It's just more and more and more culture. Like, it's ridiculous. And even then, I mean, no rocketry yet by anybody. $330 culture per turn from Code. Like, this is why I think Team 3 is going to win, is this culture generation is obscene. Till the flood wipes it out, yeah. These cities, since taking over, really haven't gotten a lot done in them. Babylon taken, kept baloney. A 200 science return hit by BladeSe7en Blaze now. Team 1, you know, has the 181, 146, so they're not far behind. They're doing a good job. They're keeping up. I'd still like to see rock bands come out of Canada. I'm not sure why they're not. Oh, man. Still most of this Yosemite not being used. Because hockey, yeah. Canadian rock bands should just be Zambonis. More archaeologists running around. I mean, this is crazy. Oh, man. Like, more courageous. You field cannons taking shots at these muskets and these other units, and they're having to retreat and cycle through. I mean, sooner or later, though, these aerodomes are going to get filled with planes, and then it's going to be a whole new ball game. Because I don't think Blade is going to build anti-air guns. Oof. Oh boy. Who's got the uranium? Uh-oh. What do you mean is true? Somebody made a mistake of letting the iterate name a gun the Yeet Cannon. Oh god. 2 tank corps coming in to Uber's backside and just letting him know what's up. The city of Whoops rebelling in 4 turns. It looks like it's going to die to the privateer and caravel of Yoshi first. Whoops and double whoops. Yep. That said, these units have reformed a line, a defensive line, because Blaze was not able to really take full advantage of his science lead. However, this could change here because still no rocketry. No, culture flag's still up, but we'll see. Culture flag isn't going to happen until rock bands are actually out. It doesn't look like Canada's going to make any. Coming to the top of turn 105 already. This game's got on a lot longer for 3 teams. They are Zambonis, remember? Yeah. They need to get off the ice rinks and go travel. Foreign City gains independence. Who would give you Canada? I blame Rykos. Yoshi complained about having Canada because each of these, the enemies, Team 1 picked Team 2 Civs, so on and so forth, and Yoshi's really struggling here. He just cannot compete. And even then, for most of the game, Canada wasn't the issue. Canada's culture didn't spike until a lot later, whereas Dash's Eleanor was cracking out culture like crazy early on. But now that Code's hit his stride, I mean, Vaughn and Uber, you okay with CC? Asks Proppy. Are we second? Sure. We will take seconds. If Uber can convert any of my original cities, I'll give you seconds. But let Rykos take third. Good lord. But Soulja Boy reigns supreme today. Jeez. What is this? All right, let's see what happens here. CC has been denied. Oh, doing a formal vote. Let's see what happens. Ooh, Wonder complete. Oh, Dash got another one. Got Huey. Alright, that's 2 votes in. I need more. Need 5 more. Okay. That's 3 yes. 4 yes. That's game. Alright, GG. Team 3 takes the victory. Well played, everybody. This was a fantastic game. It was just, it was just a fun match between the admins and moderator staff within the CPL. Just a handful of them. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the match. I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to stop by, just to say hello, cheer the players on, have a good time, or just hang out and chat. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and I really look forward to seeing you guys next time.